working their way through the system and on their way out of the system and looking for great opportunities. So let's keep that as our mantra and our charge as we move through today. Kerwin Gaines, I'll be your host throughout the day. I am the MC of today's event. I am a political analyst for DETV. How many are familiar with DETV? I'm the host of the agenda, and most of the politicians in here have been on it or cursed it, either one. And I hope that you all tune in. Who tunes in? Anybody tune in? Okay. So those are the 4 people I haven't watched. We have them now. So today's, we're going to move through it. But before I started my career in broadcasting, I was mentored, believe it or not, by Mr. Cook here, one of the representatives, and started a career in federal law enforcement. So I understand not exactly what's going on, but I'm just not an MC that doesn't understand. So moving through, I do understand how hard it is for people to make these changes and understand, and how hard it is sometimes for society to embrace these ideas. So looking forward to accepting the charge with you here today. We'd like to thank our sponsor, the Behavioral Health Consortium of Delaware, and the Lieutenant Governor, Bethany Hall-Long, as one of the major leaders of that. The QR code, this is where the generation has begun to split, right? I'm Generation X, I think, 78, that's X, right? I still love paper, but so many people in the generations above don't. So take a look on your table. You'll see in the middle of your table, there'll be a QR code that you can use, that you'll be able to see where we stand today in regards to schedule. That won't be on a paper. Also, you can use that QR code right here on the screen if you want to take a picture of it, so you can send that to your friends, colleagues that weren't fortunate enough to leave the office to come to this event, so they can stream through it throughout the day. You can also stream this live on DETV, and you can get a link there and have your friends send it out according to your social media. So we're hoping today with your social media platforms that you're taking pictures, that you're telling people where you are and what you are doing and why it is important, right? So take a few minutes during our time, and I'll bring it up, just to take some quick shots and to let people know what you're doing, just to bring awareness to today's event. Sound like a plan? All right. First and foremost, the Wi-Fi code, okay? Here it is here. The network is Doubletree 2024, and ComRaccoon49 will be the password. ComRaccoon49, I think that's Doubletree mascot. I always thought it was the cookies. That's the only reason I come to Doubletree, so you get the free chocolate chips when you sign in. If anybody can corner those cookies for me, I'd appreciate it. Just a couple. And we are going to have some opening remarks. And these aren't regular remarks that we have from our politicians here in the rooms, but celebrities who support the organization, the reform organization, and support the cause. So we're excited to hear them. Although they are not here live, they are very well aware of what we're doing here and their mission, and they would like to share a few words with us. Should I move to the next slide?
Lieutenant Governor Hall-Long and the entire state of Delaware, thank you. I appreciate so much what you're doing this day of action. It's so important. I mean, I'm your neighbor. I grew up next state from you, 45 minutes away, and I can just think back to 5 or 6 years ago when I watched one of my closest friends in a courtroom get sentenced to 2 to 4 years in prison for not committing a crime. It was the most surreal and crazy thing I ever saw. And we committed right then and there that as soon as we got Meek out of prison, that we were all going to work together to fix the underlying problems in the criminal justice system. Look, I'm a big believer in how important the criminal justice system is. Jail, prison, probation, parole, that's a really important part of society for certain people. But what we shouldn't do is trap people in the system that shouldn't be there. And Meek Mill went to jail and got sentenced to 2 to 4 years for not committing a crime. He popped a wheelie on a motorcycle. But you know what? You got to take every negative and turn it into a positive, and that's what the Reform Alliance is about. That's what partnering with you is really about. To date, we've already changed 18 bills in 11 states and created a pathway for 800,000 people to get out of the system that shouldn't be in the system, so we can allow the system to help rehabilitate the other people in a much more productive way. This is such important work that you're doing. This Day of Action is so important. And I really just want to say thank you to you for all that you're doing. It means a lot to me. I'm appreciative. I can tell you our board's appreciative. And you know what? We got to stand up and make changes and do what's right. And we can't allow people to be entrapped in this system just because they're less economically successful. They didn't grow up the same way I grew up. We got to make sure that we do everything to create a fair and equitable criminal justice system. And that's what you're doing. This Day of Change, it's going to make a huge impact. So one more time, thank you. Much love. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Next up, we will have Mr. Meek Mill has an announcement.
Yo, what's up? It's your boy Meek Mill tapping in, and I wanted to give a shout out to the whole Delaware. Shout out to the Lieutenant Governor for linking with reform and being a part of this fight. As you guys already know my story, I grew up on probation my whole life. It's not really about me. The goal is about freeing people out of the system that don't belong in the system. And we're starting with probation, which is a big recycling bin for people that enter the system. So I wanted to say thank you to the whole Delaware and especially Lieutenant Governor for linking up with reform. I couldn't be here, but I'm in the room with spirits with you guys, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mill. Thank you. So we've heard from Meek, we've heard from Mr. Rubin, but these are people that are not only going through the system but understand the tribulations and know what needs to be done, and they're taking information from what we're gathering here from the 4 panels. I believe it's 4 panels that we have today that we're going to go through. Pay close attention, formulate your questions, because we are going to have a Q&A section as we go through, and really give those very strong remarks. We're interested to know what it is in your minds, what you're finding in your organizations, what you're finding from your family members that are going through this as well, from the whole gamut of people that are here. This is the time to discuss and come up with solutions. So without further ado, we'd like to bring up Wallow to the stage. Thank you to give opening remarks.
How you doing, man?
Appreciate it.
First and foremost, everybody stand up in here real quick. Delaware, stand up. Make some noise for yourself for being here, for showing up for Delaware. That's very important. Y'all can sit down now. It's time for me to get busy. Now, first and foremost, I'm going to share a little bit of my story with you. And for those that don't know, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Reform Alliance. It's a very important position for me. It's an important position for those that's returning citizens to understand that the possibilities after prison, I'm talking about, is limitless. It's anything that you could do. June 30th, 1990, I got arrested for 2 armed robberies. I was 11 years old for 6 days. I continue to keep getting arrested. I spent 5 years in the juvenile system. By the time I was 17, I got locked up for 2 more armed robberies, 2 firearm violations. They certified me as adult. They gave me 19 and a half to 52 years. I walked in prison 17. I came out of prison February 18, 2017, after spending 20 years in prison. Since June 30th, 1990, I've never been off of probation and parole. Right now, I'm on probation and parole to October 2048. But with all that being said, I'm still out here making it happen because everything is possible. I'm a firm believer in this. You can't teach what you don't know. You can't lead where you don't go. One thing about reform that's very important is that reform ain't just talking the game, they walking the game. See, it's a lot of organizations out here. Shout out to all the organizations that believe that tomorrow's going to be better than yesterday for those that's reentering society. But in order to really be a part of the game, you got to put people inside of the game that have been affected by the game of the criminal justice system. So you can't operate without understanding that. There's a lot of issues that we got to attack. But in order for us to be effective in attacking these issues, we got to get the people that was affected by the issue so we can see, damn, what really need to be, like, what's really going on? I was telling Lieutenant Governor, shout out to her, for, being here today, having this thing, believing in believing that tomorrow's going to be better than yesterday. But I was telling her, and I tell people this all the time, you know, you talk to your family members, because some of y'all got family members that have been affected. Some of y'all run organizations for those reentering. The most scariest day of prison is the day they say you could go home. Because, you know, when they hit the gate, they give you paperwork, give you a couple dollars. Some states, like Pennsylvania, they make sure you got your identification before you go home. Birth certificate, license, driver's license, non-drivers, whatever. They make sure you had that within the system, because I hope they got that in Delaware, because in every state, the Department of Correction, Department of Transportation, they have brothers and sisters. So why don't have these systems that put in place? The dudes should be walking out of, the men and women should be walking out of prison with their identification. Like that need to be necessary. They shouldn't be coming out here trying to find out why they ain't got their birth certificate, why they ain't got their social security card, why they need, no. Get that before they come out, so now they ain't got to deal with them issues in the parole, in the halfway houses with their parole officer, because now that's taking time off them, trying to run around, I ain't got no identification. Why is you out of prison there? Like, we need to tap into that. But they hit the gate, and they say, go ahead, figure it out. Now, it become real, because during them years you was incarcerated, you told your mom, you told your sister, you told your baby mom, you told everybody, grandmom, I'm different, I changed, I ain't that. You've never been challenged to say you changed yet. So now the pressure hits you when you walk outside of the door, because it's like, oh, now it's game time. Now the lights is on, you on the floor, you got the ball in your hand. What are you going to do? And I think a lot of times family members don't understand. That's why I always tell family members that are incarcerated, please be patient with them. Because when you're in prison, the side effects of prison is crazy, because when I was in prison all them years, I had to go insane in order to stay sane. And then when it was time for me to go home, I had to deprogram myself in order to reprogram myself, so I could walk back out here as a human being and not as a monster that's seen what I had to see. When you're in prison, you're going to see people get stabbed, raped, and all types of stuff. It's not normal, but you normalize it, because that's the only way to protect yourself. And it's sad, but we don't come home to no therapy. We don't come home to no treatment. We don't come home to real stuff. Everybody expect us just to come home, get it together, figure it out. You home now. This is what you wanted. You home. Bro, you got the parole man not understanding that. They just pushing you. Why you ain't get a job? It's hard to get a job if, you know, a lot of places don't believe in second chance, like J.P. Morgan and other places. They don't believe in second chance a lot of time. So when people see you done for life, you marked for life. That's why things like expungement, that's important, because you don't know, because you're not going through it. But just imagine we're walking around with an X on your chest. It's a visible X, but we feel it when you lived it and you know it and you understand that people looking at that, even you don't know they looking at it. There's all type of business got access to your jacket now. So you going in there being a great person, got great energy. I done seen some great men get beat down by no. Noah beat you down. Try later, it beat you down. And you telling me to try later, but the homie say, I got a package for you. There's one thing about the bill, man, the landlord, they ain't trying to hear none of that. Second chance is important. Delaware, listen, man, this is very important that y'all having that. Y'all showed out today. We're going to have a great day. We're going to give up some great information. And it's not about today, it's about tomorrow, it's about next week, it's about next year. What do we do after we walk out of this room? And how do we continue to create rooms like this to bring people together that really care about the issue, people affected by the issue, people on the front line of the issue, and people that want to change and make things better for the issue? That's what got to happen tomorrow. But I'm thankful to be here, and we're gonna have a great day today. Make some noise for yourself.
Yeah, whatever you want. I mean, you're the man, so you want to stay. But if you weren't energized before about the mission, I don't know what to tell you, because I don't think it get much better than that. So, as I stated before, we're going to have panels throughout the morning, throughout the day here. And these panels are open discussions that will be right here, and I hope there will be heated discussions, some ideas about what's going on. So, of course, without further ado, panel one members can come on up. While is already here. Mr. Granville Brown. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have some more opening remarks? Okay. How about the Lieutenant Governor? Sorry about that. My apologies. Thank you.
Heartfelt. I love an MC who keeps on schedule. Kerwin, thank you to Kerwin, DTV. You are keeping us on schedule. So my comments of welcome, along with my co-host today, Senator Brown and Representative Minor Brown. She'll be up in a moment. We'll keep it succinct because I, like all of you in this room, we're here for a day of action. To the BHC members who've come out, who've joined me and the team, I say thank you. Every table, I feel your tables. Faces of people we've given second chances to. I see people who are on the streets. I see leaders in our state. I could, Wallow, I could say so many great things about what you just said. You and Reform Alliance are amazing, and we want to collaborate with you in Delaware. You have our commitment. We're going to make sure today to come up with those extra items that you've been successful with. And when you talk real. Those who know the Lieutenant Governor, one of the constitutional things we get to do is chair the Board of Pardons. And I've seen some of those incredible struggles. I'm just, a nurse, career educator, research scientist, and I will say that I have seen probably 80% of the folks who come before us with commutations and pardons struggled way early. And you were 11 and truthful. How do we address those traumas, those ACEs, not only the reentry piece, but the preventative side? So today, as you're going through action steps, we're going to talk prevention, we're going to be talking reentry steps. And there's a lot of folks here that I want to say kudos to. You're going to hear from the Senator, you're going to hear from Representative Minor Brown, but already referenced from Kerwin, we had Representative Cook. We have a number of folks who are present today who deserve a little bit of a shout out because they've been out there. Our auditor, Ms. Lydia York's hanging out in the back. Carol Hubbard, who's one of our great secretaries of labor. She gets it. Those jobs, right? You have to have the jobs. You have to have the social determinants. You have to make sure that you have the opportunity when you walk out, the house, the housing, the food security. And as I look out at our Commissioner of Corrections and her team who came today, thank you for recognizing systems changes and the things that you are attempting to do as well. Really important to do so. And to all of you who have been working, championing this, I don't want to call out everybody because then I'm going to get in trouble because I don't call everybody out at the table. But we know folks are constantly on my phone dial, like Timeless Thomas. Constantly, all right, here you go. Ty Johnson and others who are always leaning in, and our bishops, our faith leaders. Many of you participate in my monthly faith leaders, Latino leader, black leaders, art leaders calls. Those faith leaders, Bishop Gibson and Ty, and folks out on the street, when we go door to door to the unhoused, when I'm walking up here in Wilmington under 4th and Adams, or if I'm down in Sebbyville on the streets with the unhoused, undercover lieutenant governor. They don't know who I am, but I hear them. And I give you my full commitment, not only as a lieutenant governor, to continue in service for this state, to make sure that we have the best justice system in place for reentry, for prevention, for education, for housing, for services that people need. Yes, I am a nurse. Healthcare is a big piece of that. But behavioral health is a critical piece, and so we're going to continue. And so today, as you hear from the panel, because you came to hear from the panel, not me, you will have an opportunity, I hope, with the notepads during lunch, co-exchange those business cards. If you're someone who's working with youth, tell those folks that you see in this room that you want to be partners with, or the church-based community. It matters. Our leaders in this room, the senators, the representatives, and I know Senator Pinckney will come later today, they are really trying to change expungements. They're trying to change processes. They've done that, and they want to hear from you. So we are 2 ears, one mouth, hands and feet, rolling up the sleeves. It is a day of action, and so thank you for coming out. Thank you for participating. And at the end of this day, we'll think about our next convening. This is not a one and done. This is not a day of let's get together and have a good time. This is the first of a long journey of making Delaware's justice system a shining light for this nation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much again, Lieutenant Governor. Appreciate it. Next up, Senator Brown. little bit of technical difficulty. No big deal. We'll work through it. Would you just like to move forward with Senator Brown at this point? Okay, here we go. Thank you.
I hope the consortium works on that deduction of that check. All right. Good morning, everybody. It is a day of action. And so because it's a day of action, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank again our Lieutenant Governor, Bethany Hall-Long, and the Reform Alliance. As the only black man serving in Delaware State Senate, today's convening means so very much to me. And I'm only the third African-American elected to the Delaware State Senate, following the rich legacy of my predecessors, Senator Herman Holloway, the first African-American and majority whip of the Delaware State Senate, and Senator Margaret Rose Henry, the first African-American woman and majority leader of the State Senate. You heard earlier, well, you did not hear earlier, Senator Coons mentioned earlier our collective work around racial harmony in the first state. But what you may not know is that in the wake of George Floyd, the Delaware Legislative Black Caucus announced our Justice for All agenda. Delaware is the only state in this entire nation that has passed comprehensive police reform legislation. Not even the state of Minnesota has made the progress we have here in the state of Delaware. The Justice for All agenda included the passage of a constitutional amendment to equal rights protections, establishment of Juneteenth as a state holiday, prohibits hair discrimination by making the Crown Act the law. We appointed the first black justice to the Delaware Supreme Court, and consequently more black judges have joined the Delaware judiciary in the last 4 years under Governor John Carney than any other governor in the history of our state. We passed legislation to create Adult Expungement Reform Act, a process that never previously existed for individuals to get their records erased. And a year later came back and passed Clean Slate to create an automatic process for people to get their records removed. Thanks to my friends at the Reform Alliance during the COVID pandemic, they donated 5,000 face masks to the Delaware Department of Correction. We passed body-worn camera legislation and expanded good time credit for those incarcerated. To top it all off, we invested over $100 million in the 2nd Senate District and to African-American institutions to build new schools, community centers, neighborhood libraries, affordable housing, and job creation. So in case you did not know, we have made great progress in recent years. And during today's Delaware Day of Action, through the leadership of our Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall-Long, we are now turning the page to write the next chapter about our progress and what progress will look like. This indeed is the place where opportunity lives, and I look forward to making those opportunities reality for all of those in this room. God bless.
Before we move on to our next politician, Lieutenant Governor definitely wanted to thank her staff for all their hard work today. That's Susan Holloway, Alexia Wolf, Letty, Yelly, and Portia. Thank you so much for everything that you've done in making this happen. Next up, our State Representative Melissa Brown.
Good morning, everyone. Just a few quick remarks. First of all, just thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone on the Zoom for watching, because this really is an important topic, although it's not a sexy topic, and a lot of people don't like to get involved in these conversations, but we need to have them. Wallace, thank you for keeping it real. Thank you for keeping it real, because you could have sugarcoated that whole conversation, but you didn't. Because you need to keep it real, not just in this room, but you need to keep talking. You need to keep talking. Thank you to our Lieutenant Governor and all her work that she's done on the Board of Pardons, and just for reform as a whole, and to Reform Alliance for the dedication to this work. Like I said, it's not a sexy topic. Most people don't jump at legislation around criminal justice reform. Reentry. I'll tell you who does jump at it, though. The Delaware Legislative Black Caucus jumps at it. And you heard, yes, you heard Senator Brown. We've been established since 2019, right, Senator Brown, 2019? And since then, we have been diligent at ensuring that we take the lead on legislation to address the disparities that exist in our state. Looking at the work that Senator Brown and Representative Cook and Representative Chakwocha did around expungement and clean slate, and looking at the work around just taking a holistic approach to probation and sentencing and juvenile justice, and looking at no entry versus reentry, and reforming the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights, which was not easy at all. It took us a couple years to get it done, but we got it done. Looking at the healthcare disparities that exist in our state that prevent people from being successful in society. Looking at the social determinants that exist, that if you really look at the social determinants and inequities that exist in our state, it's pretty true that so many people never even got a first chance, let alone a second chance. And look at I've worked in every prison in this state as a nurse, and I'm married to a man who served 11 years in prison. And when you're inside DOC and you're having conversations with individuals, whether they're coming in on intake or you're just talking to individuals incarcerated or even reentry, and you start to peel back the layers, it goes right back to that 11-year-old that never had a first chance. Never had a first chance. And that's what we need to look at. We need to look at how we are addressing these issues holistically, looking at the whole person, looking at no entry versus re-entry. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in our state, and I'll tell you right now, we're ready to get the work done. So when we say, let this not be the last conversation, let this be a call to action. This is great, right? We're having this conversation, the room is full, the tables are filled, right? Photo ops, all those great things, but that means nothing if we don't walk out this room re-energized to get to work. So I know I'm committed to this work. I know Senator Brown is committed to this work. Representative Cook is committed to this work. Our Lieutenant Governor is committed to this work. And just from the conversations that we've had with stakeholders, I know our Department of Corrections is committed to this work. I know our community advocates are committed to this work. So all I ask is that this be a day of action, a day of hope, a day of not giving up, and we continue to get this work done in our state. And I can't wait to have the next convening so that we can talk about what we've done from today until then. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. And I'm sitting here and I'm looking. I'm like, how awesome is it to have the head of the Board of Pardons, and that's also the Lieutenant Governor, that's here in the room, helping you make these discussions, have these discussions, make these decisions. So that's just awesome. So let's give our Lieutenant Governor another round of applause. Thank you. I think it's safe now. I think it's safe now to move into, we're having trouble with the slide moving forward, to move into our first panel. Second chances. So going through the group we have, let's do this by our politicians that are here. Representative Frank Cook, please come up. Yep. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Cook. Mr. Granville Brown. Dominique Truitt. And there she is, Ms. Thais Greca. And Wallo's already up here. So Wallo, as you know, is the Reform Analyst and Chief Marketing Officer for Reform. Mr. Granville Brown is a reentry specialist. Our Representative Frank Cook from the 16th District, and Ms. Dominique Taft is part of the APEX program and a coordinator from the Department of Labor, and Ms. Thais Greca is the CEO of Emerging Delaware. So again, let's have one strong round of applause for our panel here today. So without further ado, I've introduced you a little bit, but please feel free to introduce yourself. We can start at this end. Yep.
Thais Greca, CEO of Emerging Delaware, and my organization looks at ways to transform both the private and public sector in Delaware using emerging technology.
Dominique Truitt, I am the CEO and owner of a social impact consulting agency called True Solutions, LLC. So with that agency, I have contracts with the Department of Labor, where most of you know me with my role in terms of the APEX Pardons and Expungements program, where we dive deep into the pardons and expungements process. I also have contracts with Wilmington Hope Commission, with Senator Darius Brown, and then also the Office of Defense Services. Ultimately, the work that I do is all housed under reentry, second chances, and just opening those doors I would once close to folks. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brown.
How y'all doing this morning? My name is Granville Brown. Sorry if I sound a little nervous. What I do is I work with a lot of organizations such as teams, such as Center for Structural Equity. I did a lot of things with reentry, but in this capacity today, I'm just here as an individual who's been incarcerated, who want to share on some of the things that need to be done in order to make that transition a lot easier, and just really just continue the momentum of just real conversation, you know, and really try to help individuals understand a lot of the journey that people have when they are released from prison, and how difficult it can be, so that we can have those, like we said earlier, difficult conversations, but hopefully they be solution-based, so we can remove these barriers for individuals.
It's definitely a journey. It's definitely a journey. Mr. Cook.
Representative Frank Cook, everybody knows me as Cookie. County Police for 30 years. And I had the blessing of patrolling where I grew up at. Doesn't happen all the time to an African-American police officer. I patrolled from the Route 9 corridor from Southbridge all the way to Old Newcastle. I did it plenty of years. But I'm here today saying, working with Senator Brown and passing clean slate, where I can go across the aisle with other politicians and get it done. And it's not about I, it's about we. Working with the ACLU, working with all the different groups out there, working with ODS, working with the Attorney General's office, working with our civic associations, working with our advocates. It takes a whole family to do this, to do what we're doing. And the thing about, one thing I always say, you don't have to hide behind truth and facts, because we got bad apples and everything. That's what we really need to talk about, how bad apples stomp a lot of people out. They tell them to know that Mr. Wallace was talking about. I'm going to call him Mr. Peoples. That's that know he's talking about. So I'm here today saying that we're working hard down there. You don't get to hear about it because a lot of people don't have phones, and a lot of people don't work with computers. We got to get boots on the ground and work it out. That's for sure. So I'm here to keep things going, keep it rolling. We got more work to do. We're not stopping right here. We have more work to do. And we got to work along as a family, working together, because it comes with family first.
Wallo.
My name Wallace, Wallo 267 Peoples. I've been incarcerated. I'm 40. I'll be 45 next year. I spent more time in cells than I did free on this planet. I'm the chief marketing officer of Reform. I'm also the cultural advisor of YouTube. Just you know, just think about that. one of the biggest companies in the world. I'm the cultural advisor. And one of the things that I love so much is that I always go to my people, the people at the bottom, and let them know how extraordinary they is and what they can be. A lot of times, a lot of our people, as we know, they forget about us. And we got a lot of people that's trying to help us, but they don't know how to help us because sometimes they're not getting the people that, like I said, infected. You can't teach what you don't know, and you can't lead where you don't go. But if I'm in a room, it don't matter if I'm in a room with billionaires, I still go down the way. I still educate people. I still let the people know that, listen, man, the world may have forgot about you, but I didn't. And we got to have organizations on the ground that you can't be an organization and you're scared of the people that you say you represent. You know what I'm saying?
One more time.
Like you know, like you know, and one of the disheartening things that I, you know, since I bring home is when I found out that it was organizations representing the people that never see the people, never touch the people, never communicate with the people, and they was getting grant money and all that. That blew my mind. When somebody woke me up to that, I'm like, hold up, they getting what? What section of Philly they represent? They represent my section. I don't even know them. And I ain't got no organization. I ain't get no money. I'm doing this from the heart. So we need to start empowering them people from the community that's doing this as they getting paid from their passion. They're getting paid from their heart. We need to figure out how can we fund them people to amplify their voices and to get them the right strength. Get them the right strength and the right positioning in order to really get some change. You know, because brothers like you doing it, Brown, y'all doing it, but y'all need more help. And we need to know, we need to start having some type of figuring out. It need to be like a supervisor or some type of public ledger of where funding is going and where, and if that's being used for the people that they say is being used for, and not lacing nobody's pockets. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here. I'm not, and I'm gonna say this. I'm not here because, you know, I'm here on behalf of reform, but before I'm here for reform, I'm here for myself. I don't get paid to be here. You see what I'm saying? I speak all around the world. I get $50,000 for 45 minutes. I'm here for free. And on top of that, one thing that I'm going to do on top of that, before I leave here, they go my manager over there, Desiree, I need to find out who information I need to get, because I need to be going into prisons in Delaware, speaking to the brothers and sisters, letting them know that it's life after prison. You know, a lot of times you see people make it, you can feel it and heal it. No. I need them to see, I need them to feel it, and I need more people to know, listen, man, there's some extraordinary people in the places that I left, incarcerated. It ain't just one wild low. I just was put to be the messenger, and I'm a trusted service of the people that the world forgot about, from the ghettos to the penitentiary, that I'm gonna go out there and represent them and wave a flag like, if you give people a shot, because I pay millions in taxes a year on the books. I pay millions in taxes a year, and I only been out of prison 7 years. So imagine what more people could do if they give an opportunity. I wasn't given it, just so happened I took mine, but everybody ain't strong enough to do that. But if we could support people, and we give out the proper support, imagine how better our communities would be, how our economy would be. Right. It'd be enriched. Like, imagine that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't do too much rap. I'm gonna bring me to Delaware. I'm gonna help in real time and see how we create the change that's necessary, because this is a beautiful place. Why do you think everybody leave Philly and move down here?
That's it. I wanted to.
You understand me?
Yeah.
Why do you think everybody leave Philly and move down here?
Right.
You know what I mean? So we're gonna figure it out. But I believe in the day. But like I said, it can't just be today. It got to be tomorrow, next week.
Right.
Y'all got to keep getting together and keep knocking it out and keep holding people accountable that say that they represent the people that they don't even see.
Right.
We need to put the fire on them. All right, where that money going at? What you doing? I mean, why you ain't show up? Who did you help? That's all I'm saying. I'm just being real.
You know. Transparency in government is huge. Go ahead.
I wanted to touch base on that because a lot of people don't know me in the room, but I was adopted at the age of 4 from Jersey City, New Jersey. Both my parents were users. They were on drugs in and out of the jail system. Shout out to my mom who adopted me, Carolyn
Mom,
Meadows.
what's up, Mom? Shout out to Mom.
She brought me to Delaware. And the unfortunate thing is my siblings were not brought here. So it's like a social experiment, right? This is my reentry. I got reentry at the age of 4. I went to private school, I went to college, I was educated, I work at the top financial firms. I can sit up here with my dusty red bottoms on and talk to you, but my brother is in jail. And he intentionally goes back to jail. He gets out and he fails parole maybe in the first 2 weeks. Life is too hard. He doesn't have the support he needs in Jersey City. So when reform just started, I don't know if you guys remember when they first started, but when they first started, they asked for stories. I don't know if you remember. So I was in the computer like telling about my brother and how many times he's been back in jail because of parole. And beyond all that, and I thank God for Wallo for sharing his story because he sounds just like my brother's, but the people in this room, I don't know if you remember, but there's something called the talented 10th, right? And for some reason, when we got educated, especially as black people, we moved on with our money and our nice clothes and our new houses in suburbia, and we lived our lives. But the talented 10th was supposed to do what? It was supposed to come back and teach what you learned and uplift your community, and we're not doing that. So my mom's mad at me, but I quit my job. And I was working on immersive research for the VR headsets. And they're using it in certain states, and it has completely transformed their recidivism in the past 2 years. VR headsets, because some people don't want to go in Ferris in Delaware to teach those kids anything, because their partners won't hire them anyway, right? Some people don't want to go in Ferris with drills or in these correctional facilities with drills because they're scared these people are going to what? Attack them. There are things we could do with the technology we have. Don't be afraid to transform it now. Don't make that the last people that see this technology. But I just wanted to speak on that because it was like a life circle for me. Sorry.
So moving forward, this panel is to do a deep dive in the Adult Expungement Reform Act, and that's going to be Senate Bill 37, which is in the General Assembly, passed in 2019. This expands the eligibility for expungement, a process which qualifying criminal records can be wiped clean without a pardon. And in some cases, the expungement will be mandatory, while in other expungements, it is at the discretion of the courts. We have about 20 minutes to review. It'll be 2 comments per person here on the board, okay? So moving forward, sorry, but I have to put limitations up here. Moving forward, ma'am.
You want me to comment on that particular topic?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I would not want to just continue on without even addressing what you said. I'm sorry. We're here. We have the platform. We might as well also speak to it.
Talk,
so
sister. Hit it off.
please apologize and just bear with me as well. But that level of support that you said is needed, that is so crucial here, especially in Delaware. So I'll start with the pros, if I can do that, right? So I've been in this lane for the last, 11 years. For 11 years, I've been in this lane. And when I say in this lane, in regards to barrier reductions, right? Helping those that have a Delaware state qualifying record, helping them go through the pardon process and the expungement process, right? Years ago, there was no real programming that existed that could assist someone who had a past record to remove those barriers, right? Before, maybe they thought they had to pay an attorney thousands of dollars to go through this process, or they didn't know that the process or the resource even existed, right? So the information is key. But even when we first started, it was only 2 program coordinators. I'm running all of Newcastle County. It's housed under the Department of Labor. We have our Secretary Hubbard who is here in support. And then we have a colleague downstate that runs Kent and Sussex. So Delaware being a small state, yes, right, there's still a lot that needed to be done here. So imagine just the amount of support that we needed with the volume still, right? So doing this, we have Department of Labor that's providing the service now. I've noticed the lane that I've been in, it's expanded, right? You know, we all have this niche, we all have this expertise, but it's expanded, and I'm really, truly grateful to see how much we've been able to grow, even with the support of Darius, Senator Brown, with Wilmington Hope Commission, even our Public Defender's Office, also currently known as the Office of Defense Services. They have the support as it relates to post-disposition for those that even as you're re-entering into the service, into the world, you can receive the support. So it's there, but we need more, right? We need more, and I would just hope and pray that even after these type of events, that you're privy to it, and now you can take advantage of it too. So But with pardons and expungements, there is a big difference. So with the legislation being passed in 2019, it expanded the criteria for those that are eligible for whether it be a pardon or an expungement. There are a lot of exclusions that come to this. But in most cases, right, if you have multiple convictions, you still would have to go through the governor's pardon process. You have to go in front of the board, lieutenant governor who chairs the board. And I have my numbers. Last night I was like, let me be prepared in case someone brings that up. And I know I'm probably going over commenting, so just again, bear with me. Just so you can have a view of just the success rates that we have here in Delaware, right? So going through the pardon process, like I said, just a general rule of thumb, if someone has multiple convictions, still having to go through the pardon process, the governor having to grant the pardon, and then in most cases being eligible for a discretionary expungement, right? With the Adult Expungement Act being passed a couple of years back, like I said, it expanded it. So now in some cases, you can bypass the pardon process, right? And it depends on like the severity of the offenses, it depends on how many it is. But in some cases, we can pursue directly to the courts, where we can petition to Superior Court. We wait for the courts and the AG's office to make a decision, and then that way, you know, that it's a bit more streamlined. And then even with the mandatory expungement process, which has been amazing, I have so many clients where perhaps you still have convictions, and you still have to go through the pardon process for those convictions, but now under these new laws, we can at least even get a portion of the record expunged through mandatory expungement, and that's a big deal in itself.
That's great. So what is the requirement for skipping through that process?
So that's where the exclusions come into place, right? So there's a few different scenarios where one could be eligible for discretionary expungement or even the mandatory expungement. So let's maybe just stop with mandatory expungement. So mandatory expungement, it's applicable to those non-convicted cases. So how many times have you heard of someone getting in the system, right, the disposition, maybe you were charged, you were arrested, you were charged. Not everyone realizes that, hey, even if I was arrested, the case was dismissed, oh, I'm good to go. No, it's still visible on your record, right? It's still, the powers that can be, they still see and have access to the record. So those dispositions where maybe you see the term noli prosequi or a dismissal, you may have completed like a PBJ or probation before judgment, some type of like first-time offenders program or diversion program, just a non-conviction, just get that in your head. Those type of offenses are eligible for the mandatory expungement process. And then how that stands now is, it's still, as in comparison to pardons or even discretionary expungements, it's very streamlined, right? It's literally a one-page application. It is a $75 filing fee. If you're connected with the right agencies, such as ours, we can even help cover the cost. So while even when you said with that support, the funding is crucial, because one of the biggest barriers for someone trying to clear their record was, oh, I can't afford
I don't even have the $75.
I don't have the $75. I don't have the $72 to get the fingerprints, right? So the beautiful thing, especially here in Delaware, our agencies are able to help cover those costs. And I'm always the biggest advocate to say to my clients, here, the budget is here. I'm going to spend this on you because I trust in you. You know what I mean? I have that faith, and let's get through it. So yes, so mandatory, again, it's those non-convicted cases, just to answer your question originally. And then for discretionary expungement, right? So that's where it's the discretion of the presiding judge or commissioner to approve the official expungement order, right? So we send off the petition, the AG's office has a say, they have to give a response, they have 120 days, and then the Superior Court presiding judge would make the final decision, right? So with those type of offenses, either your record has to be fully pardoned by the governor for you to even be legally eligible to petition for this discretionary expungement, or now under the new Expungement Act, and please, my attorneys, do not get on me. So I'm not going to get too much into it, but there are certain offenses where if it's a non-violent felony, that's a big one too, because in Delaware, they never expunge felonies, right? So under this new Expungement Act, certain non-violent felonies are currently eligible for expungement. So say you have one non-violent felony in at least 7 years that gone by, the state could deem you eligible for discretionary expungement. If you have multiple misdemeanor convictions, like minor misdemeanor convictions that are not on our exclusion list, you could also be eligible for discretionary expungement. And I'm saying even bypassing the pardon process. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, and thank you. So I'm glad that you're being descriptive for the people that are home, that are zooming in and watching. Also, this is going to be recorded, so people are going to say, hey, did you hear this? There was a great panel of discussion about this and about how to do it. So thank you to everyone up here for being descript. Mr. Brown, I'm very interested in knowing your thoughts on this.
First of all, I want to say, because I actually have worked with Ms. Dominique, and I want to say that I am really proud of all the work that you've done. A lot of the things that you spoke about today, I've seen you in action, and I've seen some of the individuals that you helped, and I can actually say that you have gone above and beyond to help them with that transition. And I'm sorry, sis, I don't know exactly the work that you actually do.
It's okay.
So I'm sorry about that. But let me tell y'all something, and I'm just going to be real with y'all because this is how we established the talking points today. I didn't know that I was going to be here today. So I don't really have a lot of talking points. So when I'm in these situations, I have to go from the heart and I have to be real. So it's it would be a disjustice if I didn't speak from that place. When I look at removing barriers, although, you know, I can highlight, like I said with Ms. Dominique, the work that's been done. In the past, a lot of people who know me, and I see some people in the audience who do, know that I was really entrenched in the reentry, you know, industry. Everywhere you would go, you would see Granville Brown. I'm in the prisons, I'm over here, I'm in the courts, I'm different things of that nature. But I took a step back because I really felt like, and this is going to piggyback on what you were saying, Wallow, earlier. It was a position that DOC had, Director of Reentry Services. And I said, Dad, Granville, you've been doing all this work. You've been home from jail. You did 11 and a half years. You ain't did no convictions, different things of that nature. Everywhere I go, people want to do photo ops with me, different things of that nature. You looked at it as a redemptive story. But I applied and they said, no, because you had a felony at one time and you was incarcerated. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, who would be the best person to be a director of reentry services for people inside the prisons than a person that you did jail with, did time with inside the prisons and seeing that he turned his life around? Who would be more inspirational than that?
Yeah.
And look at that motivation. Dad, man, I could do it, man, because Sadiq did it.
Yeah.
I remember when I used to come into prisons, man, and brothers used to be like, they'll go dig, hey, listen, man, I see you in the paper, man. And it gave them hope. And we all know with the statistics and different things of that nature, we all know how hope empowers individuals. And I went to federal probation and parole, and it's a saying on the wall that you no longer make decisions like you have nothing to lose when you give people something to lose. So it's like, hey, man, like I'm trying to be that motivation to show individuals like, yo, you could do it, man. You could do it, KO. Because I did it. You already see me. And they said no. And let me just say this real quick, and I ain't going to just be patient with me, because I said we're going to keep it real today. In my mind, if I wasn't strong-minded, then those are the traditional things that'll make you go back. Because what you did was you bust 14 shots in my hope right there. And I'm saying when you have these individuals that's in these positions that you are celebrating, we got to get past the celebration point. Like we were saying today, the theme today been like, yo, I hope that it go on not today, but tomorrow, the next year. It really, really got to be that way, because I've been in these rooms and it wasn't like that. I'm trying to tell you. Everybody said all the right things on the microphone. And then I followed up with those individuals. And they said, you know what, Grand, man, we got you. I love all the work that you're doing, man, but not right now. And like you said, not right now, I'll kill you, though. Not right now to have you back on the block. So like I'm saying, when we talking about removing barriers, and I don't want to knock anything and all the work that individuals been doing. Like I said, Dominique, you've been going hard. You've been in the trenches. I don't want to knock none of that. But at some point in time, we got to move the needle, and you can't be good enough to be right here, but you got good enough to be here. You can't do that. If you really believe in me, and you say that Granville or whoever these individuals are really these individuals that you're talking about they are, then okay then, move the needle. Put some real faith in them. And open that door up. Yeah. So, I mean, it would just been, it just would have been a disjustice if I didn't keep it real like that today. I'm sorry about that.
Hold up. 1 minute. 1 minute. You got to put your jersey back on. You got to get back on the field. You know why? You did that. You did that from the heart when you was doing it. It wasn't about no position. It wasn't about no title. It was from the heart. But you just was mad that they disrespect all the blood, sweat, and tears that you put on the ground for the people that you love. Right. But you can't give up on us because they said something. Right. Like, you got to think about that, bro. And I understand and know it's painful, but who else we trust? Remember what I said. You can't teach what you don't know, and you can't leave where you don't go. They're not going to talk to these people that they don't know, that's magically got these positions based off of what? So even though we do things and sometimes it might be a no, but sometimes that no might mean next opportunity. Sometimes it might not be the time. So you gotta sit back and look at the field and say, okay, I'm gonna go this route. Because what you do and the feeling that you give other people, you said the brother came in, you go to the jail, they're like, damn, bro, I seen you. You can't manufacture that. Right. You can't buy that. And that's something that's a personal connection that you have with the people that have been through what you've been through. But if you when you give up, you ain't giving up on you, you giving up on us. And a lot of times we got to sacrifice our ego and our pride for the greater cause. When you talk about the people, listen, everybody that did something for us since the history of life, when we was over there with building the pyramids with no cranes, when Harriet did that, she wasn't thinking about her. Harriet wasn't thinking, oh, what if I get killed? What Harriet said, I'm moving out. Rosa said, I'm moving out. And it wasn't about, it got to be a point with us where as though it got to be bigger than us. Right. And if we really about us, we got to realize that the us is not bigger than us. And when we start looking at us, and I know it's painful because you know they be playing sometime, but they be playing to see if you really about what you say you're about. But you can't let them finesse you out of the love that you got for the people on the bottom. And like I said, you can't teach what you don't know, and you can't leave where you don't go. You teaching what you know, and you leave where you could go. So you got to put your uniform, you got to put your jersey back on, brother. Do y'all think he need to put his jersey back on?
Yes. Create your own lane.
I gotta find it though, because I put it in the closet somewhere.
They can get you a bigger one or amended, you know, whatever. One of the people that know how to sew, I tell her, they'll hook you up.
So before we get into Q&A, Representative Cook, would you like to add to this at all?
Well, you know, in my district I have 63 churches. Big egos rolling. They can't even get it together. I'm gonna be truthful. Since we're gonna roll up some sleeves, that's what we need to roll up. Want to talk real? Let's talk real. I have men on Cash Ave. Everybody, I know people here know what Cash Ave is. Newcastle Avenue, Cash Ave. And there's brothers out there I have that I was chasing. He owns a retail right on Cash Ave right now, Eugene Young. He went through the system. He didn't take that no. He kept on moving. And now he's teaching other brothers to do that. I'm going to be real with you. I tell the brothers all the time, we need you to step up. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. But we need brothers to step up. When I go places, I see people from Chicago in gang wars. When you're talking about, I'm going to call it like I said, when I look at the numbers aren't everything. Black on black crime, when we have 600 people, 690 people in Chicago killing each other, we got to step up. We got to get rid of all the bad apples. Because we have them in everything we do, including police officers. I'm one of them standing right here to tell you, including police officers. This is where it starts. Because when I was on the street, I took you home to your mama or your grandmama or your father. That's what I used to do. And gain the respect, because you have to respect folks. That's where it starts. You respect me, I respect you. Like Brother Wallace is saying, we got to stop saying no. My RD chair, my previous RD chair, he had been incarcerated. He had been through the system. He was a chair of my district. He passed away last month. Jawan Saunders. I told him yes, but my background, no. I'm going to send you to Dominique. But don't go there and stop at the corner and then turn around. Go to Dominique and get the work done. When I call Dominique, I get it done. We get it done. Not I, but we. And it takes everybody. But I know that it takes a lot of work. When Darius introduced me to the Clean Slate Act, I'm going to get it through the House. Senate Bill 111 and 112. Very important. Now I'm running into a small barrier right now where I have DTI and SBI, which you got to go through, get your prints done and get things finished, and making sure we have the money to make sure people can get it, because everybody can't afford $72 or other expenses. I've been down to Gander Hill or Howard Young. Doug is here, right here, right? Doug, stand up for a second. Talking about reentry. I've been down there sitting in the van where those are getting out when the gate opens. He's telling me what time the gate's going to open up, let them out. And I see brothers just walk right on by. You got to stop there, and like you said, Brother Wallace, you got to go there and get your things done before you get out. DOC is in the house right now. We have to dialogue and get at the table and say, hey, make sure they have their license. Make sure they're getting their education. Make sure they're getting all their certifications. Because college is not for everybody. No. There's people incarcerated that have skills. Do you know we got one of the best furniture repairs in the state is at DOC? Right down at Vaughan. This guy's down there working. And when they come out, Cook, I need a job. I need to know what I'm doing. Working with the labor. With Ms. Hubbard in the back. We got to continue that work. But I know we need everybody in this room. When you say, when we have people in my district, it's diverse, it is, because I've had not only Latino come to me, I had poor Caucasians come to me saying that I need some stuff, and also my brothers and sisters need things done to get things done to get the jobs. You got to get a TWIC card to go down Longshoreman. Making decent pay. There's people that can't get it, but we got to make sure they can get those TWIC cards to make sure they can keep on working and getting decent money. Because right now, apartments and getting housing is out of control. We'd be here another hour talking about that. Yeah. And the discrimination that they use against folks. First thing they want to look at, or Google, you need to talk about that, is the employers and colleges Google you now. Yeah. When you fill out that application, let me Google them. Oh no, look, they done did something. It's in the newspaper from when they were 12 years old, 11 years old. And they use it against them. They say they can't come to this college. They can't get this job. Can't do that. We as people here, as legislators, we have work to do. We are the voice of the voiceless. And we have to keep on keeping on and working for everybody.
Representative Cook, let's hear a little bit from the voices in the audience in our Q&A section as we move forward.
Before we move forward, can I say one thing? I want to give a shout out. I need y'all to make some noise for EJ and the advocacy team and Reform for making this thing happen. Could y'all make some noise for them? We here, listen, Reform has shown up. Reform has shown up for Delaware. Before it will continue to show up for Delaware. We're here, we're y'all family. We're going to make it happen. And before you go, I got to do one simple thing. If you've never been arrested in your life, could you raise your hand? You've never been arrested. Matter of fact, could you stand up if you've never been arrested? Please, just stand up. If you've never been arrested in your life, stand up. Right? Now, I got one more question. One more question. These are all the people in here that never been arrested in their life. If you've never been arrested in your life, y'all standing up. But for everybody that never been arrested, have you ever did something that you could have got arrested for? Yeah. Okay, so y'all all did something y'all could have got arrested for, didn't get arrested. So could y'all sit down now?
I say that to my clients all the time.
Now, so we got a lot of, we got some more convicted felons in here.
Yes.
Some imaginary convicted felons. So just think about what you done, you got away with, and how the opportunity that you had just because you got away for it.
Yes.
Thinking about second chances. That's the reality.
That is real. That is real.
Yeah. All these unidentified felons in here. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I'm thinking about what I did today and yesterday. I'm glad nobody saw that.
That's so rude.
So for our Q&A section, you'll see folks roaming around.
I'm not roaming, I'm right here.
Okay, right there, standing up.
I'm right here.
So if you have a question for the panel, please raise your hand.
Oh, that's great. I'm so happy you're close. Listen, I think we have two. Are we going two? Time for two?
2 questions, yes.
Okay, so if you could.
Wallow, what's happening?
What's happening, family?
Listen, wow, I've been following you for a minute now.
Uh-huh.
I just want to let you know love and respect. All right? And that's, right now I'm representing Miss Ops. It's an organization that helps reentry with clients that's coming out of prison. I'm also wearing the hat of a member of the ACLU, wonderful team I work with out in the community in Sussex County. But Wallow, listen, I appreciate you coming. When I told my wife you was gonna be here, I was like, listen, you're gonna have to drop the kids off the daycare. I gotta go. She handled that, I'm here. I would just like to first say, there's a lot of people in this audience that I've been working with in the communities since I got out of prison in SCI. And the decision to never go back. See, the thing wasn't getting out. It was learning how to never come back. Okay. Wallow, will you be actually coming down to meet with our teams to get inside the prison to talk to our inmates?
Listen, man, listen, my word is my rep. I ain't one of these imaginary people. That boy right there with the mic, that's my homeboy right there. We was in the penitentiary together.
Yeah.
We was in the penitentiary together, right?
Yeah.
He called me. I wasn't even with Reform. He said, Wallow, I know you know the people at Reform. Plug me up. What did I do, E?
I'm here.
So, come on, man. That's all I got is my word.
Let's make the magic happen.
And we going to get the information. They said the correctional people was here. I'm getting with them directly.
Yeah.
So it ain't no capping. Get me down there. I'm coming in there with my crew, and we going to do what we do.
Coach, you want to do one more? Or?
One more question, I think might as well.
I'm not going to go far.
Thank you. How y'all doing? My name is Marcel Brown. First and foremost, I got to praise God for even having me in this room. I'm impressed and encouraged by everybody that's in here. I really came to talk to you, Wallow. I'm from Philly, so I don't want to steal the shine or the spotlight from what everybody's doing in Delaware, but it's ultimately the same problem. I work for a nonprofit in Kensington, and a lot of the stuff that you guys are hitting on and a lot of the stuff that I deal with on a day-to-day basis is in alignment. So I'm just here hoping that I could connect with you, Wallow, and then now rub shoulders with a lot of the
Hold up. Holler at me on the side. Get that mic to somebody in Delaware. Holler at me on the side, family. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to holler at you before I leave. Get that mic to somebody in Delaware. I got you, baby. But you can holler at me on the side. We got to get Delaware. You know what I mean?
Good morning, everybody. Afternoon. My name is Sheikh Ali, a.k.a. Emmanuel Redden. I did 46 years in Smyrna, Trenton, and Grateford. For first degree, I started with protecting my community from the drug dealers. And now I'm here speaking for the voiceless in Smyrna. Ronald Payment down, 55 years for attempted burglary. Wilbur Johnson is down in Georgetown, dying from diabetes. And there's no help from anyone. My partner, Donna Boyd, been down for 35 years, has stage 4 cancer. There's no help from anyone. I came home last year after doing 46 years in prison under the reentry program. When I came home, there was no reentry program for me. I was talking to Dwayne Bensinger, Dave Beaver, all these people, Professor Yasser Payne, but the only people that helped me was John Cook, a GVI, Group Violence Veteran. I want to holler out about him and Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall-Long. They was the one that supported me and my freedom. And I want you all to know I represent Delaware. I was the leader of the Black Panther Party in 1968. I was with this brother's father in New York back in '68. And I'm here to represent the brothers, like I said, in prison that nobody's concerned about. Everybody forgot about them. All these brothers and his felons that came home forgot about us. If it wasn't for the Queens, brother, we wouldn't have had nothing. The black queens, the white queens, they supported us. So I'd like to give praise and thanks to them for their support of us, but we need y'all's help to get them brothers out of prison. Wilbur Johnson, Ronald Payne, Donald Boyer, who with diabetes is sick. We need help. We need help. Will y'all help us? We need y'all's help. This is real. Brothers are dying while we talking. Sick. You dig? I'm somebody too, Wallow.
That's right.
I'm the shakehead.
I'm with you, OG.
You dig it? And I'm representing. We need y'all's help. While we here, we need y'all's help. I can't pass this opportunity up to remember the brothers in Smyrna. So I'm going to thank all of y'all for y'all's non-help, and the ones that did help us, thank you more. Thank you.
That's right.
Well, we know where we stand. We know.
Carver, what do you got? You got one? You got nothing? We good?
I think we're done, but it looks like the Lieutenant Governor wants someone to come up here. If you have someone up here, I believe the Lieutenant Governor wants to have someone speak.
Bucket, with the bucket on. Come on.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Dawud Muhammad. Real quick, I just want to make a comment. I served 38 years in the prison system. Since the age of 17, 1981, I was convicted of a misdemeanor offense here in the state of Delaware. My sentence from 2.5 years turned into a life death sentence here in the state of Delaware. I'm currently now out here involved in mental health, substance abuse clinic. It's called Teams. And what I bring to the table is a flyer here that I'm gonna pass out to everybody. It's called PICS. PICS means post-incarcerated syndrome. This is at the core of this subject matter is mental health, and I think that we in this room, we need to really pay a close attention to the fact that when you talk about reentry, when you talk about prison reform, when you talk about rehabilitation, all that, if you're not talking about mental health, if you're not talking about the mental health psychological status of these men and women, you know, in prison and in their transition, you know, as far as reentry, then you miss the whole point. You miss the whole point. So I'm here advocating, and I'm very passionate, you know, about bringing awareness to the mental health and substance abuse status of incarcerated men and women. And I like to meet up with whoever I can meet up with in this room, and so we can work together as a community, as a family. You know, that's what I'm down with. I'm down
Great.
with that.
So
Yes.
I think during lunch it'll be kind of free flowing, and people will be able to have conversations and move forward. So let's give it up for the panel. Thank you very much for the first panel. We went a little bit over time, but we'll make it up on others. Thank you very much.
When the individual leaves prison, there needs
Do they want the microphones back, or
success after that incarceration? When I get out, I'm on parole. I'm expected to pay certain fees. I have all these check boxes that's expected of me, but a lot of times the opportunity is not in place. When I got out, I had difficulties getting employment because of my background. When somebody gets out of incarceration and they're on supervision, give them the opportunity to make a livable wage, create a career for themselves, give them the proper training where they're not just coming out feeling hopeless. Set somebody up for success versus failure.
They can be in their seats.
Okay, let's move on to the next panel. Everybody could take their seats. You'd appreciate it. The next panel will be Spreading Hope and Reentry statewide, and it will be Dean Gwendolyn Scott, Dr. Scott, Commissioner Tara Taylor, Devin Hawks and Sincere Allah. Okay, all right. Let's try to grab our seats so we can move forward. I love the fact that we're fellowshipping here. Huh? Is Commissioner Taylor here? There's a mic in anyone who's here. Miss Jessica Klein, could you come as well, please? The Deputy Chief of Reentry, Miss Klein, I believe.
Still sure we can get out of it.
All right, let's have our seats so we can start on this second panel, please. We could gather our seats, please. Gathered seats. For those in the corner back there, could we just grab our seats so we can move forward? So as we're moving forward in the second panel, that's going to be spreading hope and reentry statewide. Some people don't have a lot of hope when it comes to reentry. Some are a little worried. We talked about the importance of Thank you. We talked about the importance of utilizing all the services, knowing where all the services are, knowing how to gather that information and move forward. And so some of that can be detrimental. We've heard some of the great testimony today in regards to navigating that process, but this is a little bit different. We have Dean Gwendolyn Scott Jones from Wesley College. Delaware State University. Now I forgot the transition occurred.
It's Delaware State University's Wesley College of Health and Behavioral Sciences.
And we have Commissioner Tara Taylor from the Department of Corrections, and Devin Hawks, graduate of the Hope Commission and Habilitation, Empowerment, and Accountability, and Sincere Allah. Is she here? Oh, here. Sorry about that, sir. And we have one more person that was added. Jessica Klein, also from the Department of Corrections. So moving forward, please tell us a little bit about your organization and what it is that you do. We can start here.
Sincere Allah, state organizer in Virginia for Reform Alliance.
Delaware State University's Wesley College of Health and Behavioral Sciences. We will be participating, and we have partnered with an MOU with the Hope Commission to provide research and analysis for their HEAT program, the HEAT study that they have, random clinical trial. This is very near and dear to me. Some people may know, others may not. I am an ex-convicted felon. 1992, I was convicted of a Rule 9 drug charge. As a result of that, in 1999, Ruth Ann Minner, who was lieutenant governor at the time, granted me a pardon. And I will tell you, it was with the help of God, family, Delaware State University, as well as just family and friends providing me hope and support. And I was able to get a second chance here in Delaware in 1999. And I also worked in every prison statewide by training. I'm a forensics clinical psychologist. And I also worked in the forensic unit. So I'm now back serving my illustrious university with this particular work as well. Thank you.
So you put your jersey back on, right? As Wallace said.
How y'all doing? My name is Devin Hawks. I just completed the Hope. Completed my reentry in the Hope program, and I was a part of the heat therapy empowerment. And I just completed it and everything, and just
congratulations.
Getting back.
Congratulations.
Getting back rehabilitated and starting over and getting myself together.
Thank you for coming out.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tara Taylor. I am the Commissioner of the Delaware Department of Correction. I'm also a Delaware native. I've been with the Department of Correction for approximately 27 years. I started off as a young 19-year-old college intern, and then shortly after that, I became a probation and parole officer and had the opportunity to move up through the ranks at the Department of Correction. Very passionate about the Department of Correction, passionate about serving our community, passionate about sharing all the good work that we're doing, and just spending some time here today. Thank you for the opportunity to share the stage and be part of the discussion.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Jessica Klein from the Department of Correction. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Office of Planning, Research, and Reentry that was created under Governor Carney's Executive Order 27 in 2018. So I've been with the department also 27 years. The majority of that, about the last 15 years, working on the reentry efforts that have been initiated by the last two governors' administrations. So first under Governor Markell and then under Governor Carney. So I oversee most of the statewide reentry reform and improvement efforts within the DOC and work with multiple other state and community partners to provide services and connections to care post-release in the community.
So while we're talking to services and we're keeping up with the topic of the panel, we'll go through and we'll have, if everybody could keep them brief because we're a little bit behind in schedule, but to be able to talk to exactly what it is, and I'm curious, the Department of Corrections, when I hear Department of Corrections, I think of corrections, right? I don't hear hope. I don't put corrections and hope in the same sentence sometimes. But what are you all doing as an organization, mandated legislatively or otherwise, that is helping incarcerated folks that are transitioning out ease in that transition?
I'll start us off, and then Jessica, you can help me with filling in any blanks that I may miss. And hopefully that narrative changes, especially when we start sharing information and sharing more data. I say a lot of times that the Department of Correction that we are today is very different from the Department of Correction that we were 27 years ago. We've really embraced an evidence-based approach and individualized supervision to how we interact with those that are being housed at our level 5, level 4 facilities, or that are being supervised out in the community on probation or parole. And for the most part, that starts off with using an evidence-based risk needs assessment that really lets us drill down onto what are the true needs of that individual. Because I heard earlier some folks talking about mental health needs. If we don't address the root problem, we're going to have a hard time helping individuals sustain employment or stay clean. So using those risk needs assessment is something that has really helped us transition. And like I said, we use it at our level 5 and level 4 facility. And we also use it to help us match programs. So unique programs to their needs and programs that the evidence tells us will help reduce their risk of recidivism when they enter back into the community. What we've seen, the data that we've seen since we've introduced a lot of these changes has been very hopeful. When we talk about recidivism, for the past 2 years, our return to prison recidivism has been under 10%. That's huge. 5 years ago, we were around 20%. So since we have adopted some of this more recent reform, evidence-based practices, we're starting to see those outcomes. Our probation and parole population has almost been cut in half. In 1999, shortly when I started at probation and parole, our population was around 20,000 on community supervision. Today, we're averaging around 10,000 to 11,000. That's huge.
Would you consider some of that to be just for low-level drug offenses, that is being no longer a crime, such as marijuana and things like that? So it's stopped a lot of these people that had stop and frisk and other type of infringements, that they were being sent back to the penitentiary because of those things that are no longer law-breaking issues.
It has been a gradual decline, so I am assuming that's because of some of the practices that we've put in place in the reform efforts that have already been made, from shorter sentences, our caps on probation sentences, the ability for the Department of Correction to be able to use graduated responses to low-level technical violations versus filing a violation of probation report or arresting somebody and returning them to level 5. We now have that ability to address those noncompliance in the community to help coach and redirect. So I think some of those factors have really helped us kind of change that narrative. Some of the other initiatives that we've really introduced in our level 5 and level 4 facilities, or have expanded upon, is our vocational skills training. I heard some talk about DCI and our furniture reupholstering. We also offer CDL certifications in 2 of our facilities. We have culinary arts. We have a vocational skills program that's 5 days, and they get 5 certifications in those 5 days. We have welding. We have construction. We just opened up, just this week, we just finished construction, the end of 2023, of our vocational skills training building at James T. Vaughn. And just this week, we started our very first construction class in that building. And the concept is to take the model that Delaware Skills Center has and bring it to our facilities, so those under our supervision can earn those skills and get those certifications prior to release.
I think that's great. So when we're talking about things that are going on inside the prison, Devin, I'm very curious to know, as someone who is just getting out and going through all of the process, well, not all of the processes, but some of the things that the state has and the state is sponsoring to benefit you and certain programs, I would really like to know your perspective. As was the hope there? Are you feeling positive about this transition? How were the services?
Honestly, I feel like, I went through the whole parole commission, and they really helped me a lot, and I feel like we need more of that, honestly, because it kind of made me look at the way I look at everything around me differently, the way I go about my life day by day, how I react to even the way I do with my children. Like, it kind of digs into me, digs into my mentally and my mental health, and shows me, like, maybe I could change this thing about myself, or maybe I could do this differently. Maybe I could think about something before I act, because it takes 5 seconds and it could change your life forever, for real. And a lot of people don't understand that we don't have these outlets or programs, and we end up right back because we don't know anything else, or we don't change the way we're thinking, or we don't change our mindsets. And it's hard for us to go back through it. So I was in the HEAT. The HEAT program kind of helped me a lot, for real. And it was kind of tedious at things, but it made me look at myself in the mirror, honestly, like, because there's a lot of things I learned, like, I was really that way, or I really think that way, or maybe I should change the way I'm thinking, and maybe I should do this. It helps a lot, and I feel like we need more of it.
So did somebody grab you when you got out? Who was it that made sure, or did you do this on your own? Or,
I was in a level 4 facility, and I met someone that was in the Hope Commission program. And I started out to want to do it because they were saying, you get done early as long as you keep the 4 pillars of keeping a consistent job, having stable living, no new charges, and clean urine. I can get off probation early. So my whole thing, I'm like, well, cool, I'm going to get off probation early. I'm trying to get it out the way. But being in that program, I learned a lot more about myself and ways I can help me and help people around me by just, trying to get off probation early. Kind of turned into something else that helped me in the long run.
So nothing like an incentive to make you do the right thing and
Absolutely.
stay on the straight and narrow. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Sincere, I'm curious, with the state of Virginia, what are you seeing different than what's going on there versus what we're doing here, and bringing that hope in?
So just as a bit of a qualifier, I also spent 24 years in prison from 18 to 42. I've been home for 2 years now. And what I'm becoming more and more aware of across the nation, I've gone all over the country, from California, Texas, New York, Florida, Georgia, like all over the country, discussing reentry and the processes of reentry. And what I've noticed is that a lot of people face reentry from a perspective of the system is broken. How many people in here right now are under the understanding that the system is broken? Raise your hand. All right, so I'm going to push back on that a little bit. These systems were designed by very intelligent people. Very intelligent people put these systems in place. They're operating and functioning in the exact way they were meant to operate and function. So as long as we continue to operate and think in that same way that, okay, we need to fix the system, then we're always going to be sitting in rooms like this having these exact same discussions. Because we're trying to fix something that was never broken in the first place. I need you to like kind of mull that over a little bit and think about how these systems were put in place, how they were designed, who designed them, and why. They function in the exact way they were meant to function. So what I've seen is once we come to that mindset and say, you know what, we're not looking to fix a broken system. We're looking to reform a system, restructure it completely, uproot it and restructure the system completely. The reason why we don't talk about mental health and substance use disorders and all and poverty and lack of education and opportunities is because those are things that were structurally put in place as collateral consequences for individuals in certain communities to not be productive, to make you to divest out of these specific communities so that we have these problems that persist and prevail across the entire nation. So it's hard for me to assess a system or even a philosophy that by design is doing exactly what it was supposed to do. So I don't look at it from a perspective of what is different in this state and that state. They're all pretty much the same unless we step away from the idea and the philosophy that the system is broken. Peace.
Thank you. Dr. Jones, tell us a little bit about your program a little bit more and how you're bringing hope to.
Well, it's actually not just Delaware State University's program. We're going to be providing the research and the data analysis. We also have a trauma academy. We're going to be working with the individuals at the Hope House as well. But I'll be remiss if I did not ask Mr. Guy Willer, the founder, one of the co-founders of the HEAT study intervention, if he could stand up and be seen. I read this as a cognitive behavioral therapist and looked at the orientation of HEAT. And this program was very culturally relevant to African Americans as well. And it also allowed them, it's like a 36-module program, and it will also touch on intergenerational trauma as well with the individuals, which is actually had been missing in a lot of intervention and approaches. It's my hope that in partnership with the Hope Commission that Delaware State University can help the Hope Commission expand this program statewide. And then it's my hope that we can eventually make it to Sussex County as well. I've worked in the prison system well over 15 years, and I will say that this is cutting edge. This is a cutting-edge program, especially for African-American males, more specifically African-Americans, period, who have been incarcerated.
So, Commissioner, you're hearing this firsthand. Your thoughts?
What I'm hearing, and I heard it from Mr. Hawks, and what you kind of explained with your experience is kind of the foundation of that cognitive behavioral therapy model. You pointed out that you changed the way you thought, and then when you changed the way you thought, you changed the way you behaved and the choices that you made. That's the foundation of CBT. And that's what the evidence is showing us that works. So when we talk about using evidence-based to help drive how we supervise or how we classify or how we place individuals in programs, that's what's going to give us the return on investment. And I truly believe that that's why we're starting to see the needle move in a positive direction. And like the doctor mentioned, expansion of programs like CBT is our goal as well, and that's one of the reasons and that's one of the benefits of using our risk needs assessments now at all of our, at level 5, at level 4, and probation, It gives us the ability to be able to identify those needs and match those programs accordingly. You can do damage by over-supervising. You can do damage by over-programming. You can do damage by under-supervising. You can do damage by under-programming. You need that match, and that's what using the evidence to really help us identify those needs and match those programs. That's what works. That's what the evidence shows us what works, and that's what we're really hoping to be able to expand.
Database decisions are.
Yep, she's absolutely right. Mr. Hawks is an example of what we call utilizing cognitive reframing and cognitive restructuring with the CBT approach, with the HEAT program.
And then when you also incorporate, I talked a little bit earlier about our use of graduated responses now that probation and parole has as a tool in our tool belt. It's incentives, it's sanctions. We can reward somebody for doing something good. He or she may participate in a program, maybe they complete, maybe it's just showing up for day one of that program, because that alone is extremely overwhelming. We can incentivize that behavior, and then they say, okay, if I do that, this is the reward that I get, and it encourages it. So it's both incentives and sanctions, and I think cumulatively, those are the things that are really making a difference. The partnerships that we have in the community is huge. Getting the community to understand the population that we're dealing with and not allow their fear to interfere with their ability to help. And maybe their intentions are good by excluding some individuals from specific resources or programs, but the community as a whole is what's going to be damaged.
Speaking of the community, it's that time for Q&A right now. So we're going to keep it to 2 questions. Do we have the same person with the mic this time?
I'm right here, Carl.
All right, there we go. So who has a question for the board now in regards to Hope?
Right here. He's ready.
Right here. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for Jessica and Tara. I wanted to know, through your risk assessment, are you gathering data on how many people getting released are identifying housing insecurity? And second, do you have data on how many beds are available for transitional housing for reentrants?
Very good question. I'll let Deputy Chief Klein take this one because she's been working on this.
So I'll start with your housing question. We have just recently been able to really quantify some of the housing and housing insecurity data. So a few years back, we added some checkpoints into our case management system so we can actually start to pull that data. So we're working on getting complete years of it. But what we're looking at now is housing coming in, housing approximately 6 months pre-release, just to get an assessment of if we have some housing insecurity or homelessness, and then housing at release. So we just evaluated a year of data, 2022, and that's coming out. So we do have some of that housing and housing insecurity data. Again, that's self-report, but most housing situations are going to be self-report. And can you repeat the second half of your question again?
I worked in housing through a reentry nonprofit for years, and unfortunately it's shuttered. And I just know there's a great need. I run into a lot of people that are coming home. I served 20 years. It was hard for me to find a place with a co-signer. And I'm not aware of very many transitional housing programs in Delaware currently. And I wanted to know, do you have data on how many beds there are for people coming home?
Right. So we don't have the number of beds available. I think that might fall more under Housing Alliance Delaware. But, most of the beds are sober living beds, which you probably are aware of. There's some mental health housing, probably not enough for people with mental health issues, medical issues, ambulatory issues. They're all in short supply. Housing is our biggest challenge by far, and we do everything we can to try to find suitable housing before release to bridge that gap. Up until recently, we had some federal grant funding that would help us pay for emergency housing while we could find more sustainable, and that has since expired. So we're relying on some of our community partners that have funding to help place individuals. But we also face the same barriers a lot of people do they see a history or a record, or they're coming out of DOC, and sometimes that poses challenges too.
Okay, do you want to move on to the next?
I'm right here, Carl.
Question.
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Kim Jones. I have a couple of notes here, so bear with me, but I wanted to touch on some of the collateral consequences that the gentleman on the end talked about. So I've been out of prison since 2014. I unfortunately had some federal charges, so in Delaware, I can't get an expungement. On the federal level, I can't get an expungement. The best I can do is a presidential pardon, and that's not the same. These collateral consequences extend for years and for our lifetime. So we do keep an X on our chest as we go throughout society, always. So perfect example, both my kids live in Wyoming. They go to college out there. They recently wanted to get an apartment and I had to co-sign for it. I can pay their rent for the entire year, and they got denied because their mother has a felony conviction. So my kids are getting punished for something that I did 12, 13 years ago. I give the BOP a 0 out of 5 stars. If none of you have ever been there, please don't go. Not the place. I also was denied entry to a university in Delaware. So I've worked in the substance abuse field since 2014 and applied into a clinical mental health counseling program and was told by the university that they wouldn't accept me because the licensing board might not approve me for licensure. So instead of advocating for me and saying this is the perfect example of somebody who's transformed their life and can help others transform theirs as well, they said, no, you're too much of a risk. So it's not just the expungement process that's beneficial to people, it's not just the housing that's beneficial to people, but we need to look at the long-term consequences that people like myself and everybody else with a conviction is dealing with as well. So my question is, what are we doing about those collateral consequences and not just the immediate needs of people?
Does anybody in here, can anybody in here tell me how many collateral consequences there are for an individual convicted of a felony? Just throw a number out there, wild guess. How many? 46,000. 46,000 collateral consequences for individuals convicted of a felony. So, for example, I'm a new father, and one of those collateral consequences is I can't, for something I did 27 years ago, I can't chaperone a field trip. Something I was convicted of at age of 18, and I received a pardon in Virginia. I earned a pardon in Virginia. So just thinking about that, I couldn't find housing. The top 3 things that an individual needs to reacclimate themselves successfully into society, especially after long-term incarceration: housing, employment, education. Those 3 things are blocked. We have barriers to that. Y'all call it an X on your chest, as Wallow said. We call it an F in our report card. With that F, when you bring home your report card to your parents, your mom and dad, you can have straight A's. What are they going to focus on? That F. The same thing goes housing, education, and employment. They don't care if it was 25, 30, 40 years ago. The one area that is legal to discriminate, in Virginia especially, to discriminate against a person is if you have a felony on your record and housing. Housing. The one thing, if I have nowhere to live, I'm in violation of my probation. And I'm on parole right now. I'm in violation of my parole if I can't find housing. And it's up to me. When I was released, they said, all right, look, you figure it out. Literally, like Wallow said, go figure it out. 24 years in, 18 years old. I've never been an adult in society. You tell an 18-year-old kid, because, you know, in my mind, it's like I'm stepping right back out as 18 years old, fresh start, trying to figure it out. I did 37 different programs. I have all this. I'm a peer recovery, peer support specialist. You know what they told me? Yeah, you were that inside. You were certified to do that inside. But out here, the Department of Behavior and Health Services said, no, no, no. You're not using that skill set out here. So, once again, barrier crimes is another collateral consequence for employment. So now you have housing and employment that you're completely blocked against, and it's lifetime. There's no cap on that. Once again, a system that is not broken, that was by design. Very intelligent people implemented that protocol.
Kerwin, I was told we had time for one more, and I got it right here.
Excuse me, before we move on,
okay.
I'd like to have the young lady to speak with me afterwards about your educational needs. I'll tell you that your occasion is not your conclusion.
Thank you for that.
I do have a question. I'm Bishop Corey Stewart, New Life Ministries Unlimited and Life Recovery Solutions. My question really is pertaining to the first part of the panel where you indicated that we were going to talk about barriers to reentry or to reacclimating. None of those barriers were mentioned. I'd like to know what does the data say are the chief barriers? I did hear our brother just say housing, education, and employment. But what are the dynamics of barriers that prevent a person who's reentering from normalizing? And secondly, what is the social/spiritual dynamic that impacts that situation? For Life Recovery Solutions, we also do transitional housing.
Can we work on answering those questions during our open lunch? So I'm not pushing you off. I just have to make sure that we're all getting out there on time, and this is the time for lunch. But during lunch, we're actually going to have a panel, and we will start the panel by answering those questions. Okay? Fair? So as we move forward, we are going to rise in an organized fashion and take advantage of the lunch that is prepared for us. And then once you get your plate and all your goodies, you can move back in, and we'll move on to the next section of the program. Thank you.
When you come home from prison, living, food, clothing, the basic essentials of a human being, right? We want to make sure that a lot of people can't find a job. They don't have family. They don't have a place to live. If you come out without those things, it's going to inevitably make you go back to doing the things that you were doing before being incarcerated. Because a lot of times, you don't know that now. So I think resources is the big thing, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could cut that music, thank you. Oh, give me, I'm gonna put you on. If you need it, you got it. If you need it, you got it. Once more, if you would please take your seats. If you would please take your seats. In the back, please be seated. And if you can't be seated, please keep your voices down. Thank you. Nah, one more time. No, one more. We all know who you are. Stop it. She said, I'm the lieutenant governor. Come on. You're going to get this mic. Here we go. Well, we have one more panel over lunch. And if you would just give all your attention to the lieutenant governor for a minute, please. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you all again. Whoops, the mic. Did we just turn that off? Thank you all so much for this afternoon. And we're going to get to the Q&A. Wallo and I just did a great interview with local media and talking about this being the beginning of the day forward of this incredible partnership with Reform Alliance, the state of Delaware, the Behavioral Health Consortium, and our panelists are going to answer important questions because we're changing lives and we're going to make sure everyone has the tools they need with reentry. And I just want to say, please do those exchange during lunch. Let's partner. This is about important work. Every child needs to have a family member come home from reentry with housing, jobs, opportunity, and we're going to work for prevention. I wanted to also say, again, a sincere appreciation to the team, the staff, to Reform, everyone who had a part today, all the incredible leaders, the frontline workers, and to Senator Brown, and to, I should have mentioned this, as a role model to women, a fellow nurse, someone who has been incredible and was the state's first Black House Majority Leader. I should have given you the correct title, Madam Representative Minor Brown. She doesn't promote herself, but it's about each of you. And so today, thank you for the panelists. Thank you for being real. We in Delaware are going to move forward, and we're going to make great changes. And I know, when we come back together sooner than later, we're going to be able to check boxes where we have made a difference. So I'm going to give the mic back. Come on up. Why'd you go run away and sit down? All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Keep hard at work. I can't wait to hear the answers. All right.
All right, and with that, I want to turn this over to Ms. Sandra Siglowski. Am I saying that right? Okay. She is going to moderate this portion. We're going to be talking about lived experience. This is something that if you're in the room and you have lived experience, I'm sure there's something you could probably offer. But these gentlemen are going to speak about it in a way that you should have firsthand information. Sincere Law spoke about, he said 46,000. There are 46,000 things that people identify as impediments and things in your way when you're returning to society. I'm not sure that you're going to talk about all 46,000 in this half hour, but I'm sure you're going to get to it. So with that, Sandra, I want to turn it over to you and go ahead and get us started.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I've heard some of the questions that have been asked from those in the audience today, and hopefully we will be able to answer some of those questions, and some of those questions specifically for folks in Delaware. These three men here have 52 years combined serving time within Delaware prison system. And as you can see on the slides, you also can see the time that they have having being re-entered into society. Like Representative Minor Brown, I happen to be married to the gentleman who's sitting in the middle. So this is personal for me. Yes, I am a licensed social worker. I do prevention work throughout the state of Delaware, but this is also personal to me. And I am honored to be able to sit alongside these gentlemen who are doing wonderful work to help the state and folks. So one of the things, we're going to get into questions, but our questions are really based on the contributing factors of recidivism and what research shows. So the main four contributing factors are social and community environment, circumstances before incarceration, events that happen during incarceration, and then difficulty adjusting back to life after incarceration. There are 4 different steps that research also shows that is most important in helping folks to return back to society and live lives that are free from crime. First step is to assess the risk for reoffending and determine what originally led to incarceration. The second step is to assess the individual motivators for change. The third step is to provide appropriate treatment, and then the fourth step is to provide ongoing support, including support from a positive peer group. So the questions we're going to ask today have to do with those points, to really be able to encompass and show lived experience along with what the research shows. So gentlemen, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? All right, let's go. So, I can't turn my pages here with one hand. Excuse me a moment. Okay, so talking about prevention and that first step. What did you need that you didn't receive that could have prevented you from entering the criminal justice system? And when we talk about reformation and reform, it's really about changing the systems that are at hand, which I've heard and you have all said. So we're going to take a look at it. What did you need from your family? What did you need from the community? And what did you need from yourself that you didn't receive? So what were the factors that led up to your incarceration? And because of time, we'll probably just be able to speak and hear from one of you from each question. So would anybody like to take that first question?
I'll take the first question. For me, I needed to be seen, heard, and not judged. When I was younger, I was an honor student. I was in Boy Scouts, and my life took a dramatic change when my father was murdered. After he was murdered, I became very angry, running the streets, getting involved in drugs, alcohol, and things of that nature. And the approach from school, from the people in the community, was more to label and judge me versus to try to figure out what was going on and to intervene. And what I mean by that, and I use an example, in school they labeled me as a thug just because I grew up in the hilltop Wilmington, the way I dress, versus identifying the fact that I went from a straight A student to skipping school, not coming to school, failing my classes, and things of that nature. They never looked at what happened for that dramatic change to take place. Instead, they just called me a thug, a little gangster, and eventually just kicked me out of school. So there was no intervention in school. They didn't have, like they have now in school, where people, grief counselors or anything like that to help me understand what was going on. The adults in my community, they just used me to buy crack. That was it. So they wasn't involved. They pretty much just kind of gave up on me into the streets. It wasn't until after I became incarcerated did they acknowledge that they failed me as a result of all of that.
Thank you. I think it's important to also just note about Khalil. Khalil was sentenced to life without parole as a 17-year-old. So I just want to give that perspective as you hear from him today, too. So our second question is about intervention and treatment during incarceration. So reentry planning cannot start when somebody leaves the door. Reentry has to start when somebody enters the door. I have the other opportunity to serve as a program facilitator for Victim Voices Heard, in which I am teaching victim impact and courage to change at Sussex Correctional Institution. And we are teaching skills that these men, some who are 40, some who are 50 and 60, have never learned before. And so we have to start early on to teach them as if they are children themselves. And one thing I just want to add here, so you're all, I'm like Tamron Hall when I do this, is that what the guys always say in prison is that don't hurt the children. Like, leave the children alone. We have to do good for the children. We need to remember that every person coming out of incarceration is somebody's child. So while you were incarcerated, the three of you, or whoever wants to take this question, okay, Shakur has this one. What were the major factors that helped you make positive changes while you were incarcerated? So look at it from the institutional supports and treatment, from yourself, from your family, and from your community.
My name is Matetwa Shakur. Well, the primary factor for me was watching people coming back in and out of prison as I was sitting there to be sentenced in pretrial. And I found out that I needed to restructure my thinking first, but I also had to adhere to my sentencing order by the judge. I had to do the Key and the Crest program. And I watched that people that was doing the Key and the Crest program was constantly coming back. So how do I balance restructuring my thinking, but not allowing them to get me in this cycle of coming back to prison? So besides doing the program, I came up with a theory that I need to get in the corner, get in by myself, and get honest about why I came to prison and the root causes of why I was coming back and forth to prison, and that was my substance abuse issues. So I knew that they was allowing drug dealers, that was getting sentenced for drug charges, to come inside these drug programs for addicts in prisons. So I had to be honest, not only to myself, but be honest to the people that was around me, that I'm not here for selling drugs. I'm here because I was a drug user. And drug using wasn't my only issues. There was core issues that I was dealing with, such as anger, resentment towards my family, and towards myself for making the decisions I made. So in doing that, inside the drug program, I got me a corner by the side. I opened up a book, and I did that every morning. I read that book every morning to myself before I started, adhering to the policies and the program rules. My thing was not getting out of prison. It was learning how to never return. And getting with the people that can teach me how to never return to prison and be productive in society. So that was my goal from pretrial on, was to learn how to never return to prison ever again. And as a result of making that decision, I sit before you today.
And Shakur, when you talk about those folks who helped you, who were those folks who helped you?
First and foremost, I had to lean back on my last sentence in SCI to what I was taught through the Reentry program, which Khalil and brothers like Ed Fountain ran. So I fell back on their way of thinking, and doing that, it allowed me to navigate not only through my prison sentence, through my work release sentence, but also through getting off probation. And all I had to do was just listen to what was being told to me and find my way within that system and to never return. And that was it.
Thank you. So we have 10 more minutes till we get to Q&A, so I'm going to move it along a little bit. We talked about barriers. I know folks asked about barriers. Let's talk about what were some of the barriers to being able to receive the treatment and the help that you needed while you were incarcerated. Asa, this is to you.
Yes, my name is Asa Johnson. I served 20 years at James T. Vaughn Correctional Center. The remainder of my sentence was the Key program. I was released in July the 7th, 2017. There were a lot of barriers. One that comes to mind is the counselors and the classification. During this time of this sentence that I was serving, I was classified at a point in November, and my counselor asked me why wasn't I at the Key program, and I was like, I don't know, I'm just doing time, working down at the wood shop and coming back, getting a status sheet. So the point of it is that it was missed, and I was supposed to be going to the Key program, so it was a mandatory classification that had to be done. The record of the times was getting lost, and getting the people in the proper place, to do the classification and to know these things I could have been ran over on my time. Education was not a problem, but that wasn't a barrier because that's one thing they promote. But trades and things that are relevant to skills that help an individual as they move into the prison and transition out, a lot of barriers.
Thank you for that. So we're going to move to barriers, and we're going to on to barriers specifically for reentry. Before that, so the things that are needed that reentry has to start are those social service needs that we talked about and we've heard. It's employment, housing, transportation, food, education, healthcare, and childcare. And as far as treatment, we've also heard previously about cognitive behavioral health treatment, which is needed, including substance use and that mental health treatment and additional supports. Things as addressing trauma, substance use, relationship building, victim impact, life skills, support groups. And one of the things that we have yet to see is family reunification. Family reunification is something that needs to start while those are incarcerated. My husband and I have been able to be successful because of who we are as individuals, the work that we've been able to do. But that's not being taught, it's not being offered. The men that I serve don't have those skills, and they don't know how to even ask for it, and neither do their families. So that family reunification piece is a barrier and needs to be addressed. So last two questions, we'll go back to Khalil. What were some additional barriers upon reentry? And then we'll hear from somebody else who can talk about some successes, because solutions need to come, and that's what we're here for today.
So my barrier started when I was incarcerated, and they just kind of continued when I was getting released. When I became incarcerated at the age of 17 with a natural life sentence plus 5 years, the attitude of the Department of Corrections was I'll never see the streets again, so they wouldn't offer you treatment, right? It was based on your sentence, your crime, things of that nature. The treatment administrator at the time told me that the only thing that DOC cared about, as long as I didn't hurt anybody else and I didn't hurt myself, that was it. No programs would be offered to me because I was never getting out. For me, that was difficult to hear because I knew something was wrong. I just knew it. Intuitively, I knew something was wrong. And I begged him for 18 months to allow me to participate in the program so I can figure out how I ended up where I was at, because I didn't want to hurt anybody else. Finally, they relented. They told me they would just give me one opportunity. It's kind of been my mantra all these years is only get one opportunity. I recognize that for me, things was a little different just because of my sentence. The thing that made the barriers more difficult to overcome is there was a one-size-fits-all approach to how things were done when I went to prison in 1992. So whatever applied to him doing 3 years, him doing 20 years, me doing a life sentence, that's just the way it was, right? The only thing y'all got out of classification was they allowed me to spend more money in commissary. Honestly, that's really what it was at the time. That's the way it was structured. So coming home in 2012, when the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional to give a juvenile life sentence, I was given an opportunity. Fortunately for me, because of my persistence while I was incarcerated, I was able to prepare myself for reentry. This isn't something that is common, and 99% of individuals incarcerated that are doing a significant amount of time do not have the opportunities that I fought for myself. So when you get these opportunities, and again, when the Supreme Court changed the law, it was sudden. So you had individuals that was down 30, 40 years that had been locked up since they were juveniles that was suddenly going to be released, and because of their sentence and their crime, they never was afforded an opportunity for treatment, and they were just dumped on the street, right? And I still communicate with some of those individuals today. Coming home, the biggest barrier was the same thing. It was a one-size-fits-all approach. They never tried to assess what my needs were, right? And they put me in MCI in Dover. I'm not from Dover. I'm from Wilmington. I've been incarcerated 25 years. I went to prison when I was 17. I know nothing about Dover, nothing whatsoever. The same approach they had for him is the approach they had for me. When it came to job seeking, they gave me a map they printed off of Google. I didn't even know what Google was. They printed a map off of Google, gave it to me, and told me to go out job seeking. My first day, I walked to the corner, turned around, and went back in the facility. They said, "Why are you here?" I said, "Because I don't know where I'm at. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what to do. You know, I need some help." They wasn't there to help me. They told me, "You got to figure it out on your own." I had to actually break the rules to do the right thing. We're not allowed to get a ride if you go out job seeking. You're not allowed to have anybody pick you up, right? If you get a job, you're not allowed to have anybody pick you up. So what I had to do is I had to get my wife to pick me up, right? I had to have her pick me up 2 blocks away just to take me job seeking so I can get a job. I had to walk back and forth to work. It wasn't safe. So I had to have her pick me up and drop me off 2 blocks from the facility just so I can get back in a safe fashion to make the transition. And they didn't really understand or care how difficult it was, right? So when, like Dawood talks about the post-incarcerated syndrome and things of that nature, like those things I experienced in real time, and because of the one-size-fits-all approach, they really didn't do anything. And if it wasn't for me having family support, I would probably end up back in.
Can I ask the first question?
Yes.
I mean, that's a good segue to the Q&A. And I'd like for you to talk about, let me see, Asa, you did 20. Talk about institutionalization, if you could. Give people here an idea what it's like to be institutionalized, that they can relate.
I'm going to be very, very brief, but just to give you a picture, I first went into the Department of Corrections at the age of 18, and it was like a playground. Most of my neighborhood friends are from Southbridge and Wilmington. Most of my friends were already there. I was scared to come out because I was a young boy, but they made me come out, and it was just like a little city. But as time evolved, things start to change, policies start to come where that it's not the same as it is today. But then it had me feeling like I was comfortable because of the things that we were allowed to do. And as time went on, when they started taking that away, we still continue with the lifestyle that we were doing on the street that put us in incarceration in the first place. So it made me feel like I was part of a family inside that incarceration. And as I became older, I realized that things were getting tougher and I wasn't getting any younger. But it's just a criminal lifestyles of a whole bunch of criminals who think alike, because we're in that cycle. We come from the cycle from the muck, which is the hood, or the projects, the poverty, and we all went through the same thing. So that's what made me feel like it was a family, because from the people from Riverside, the people from the Bucket, the people from Southbridge, Hilltop, everything, even though we fought, we're still in the muck. So we related. And incarceration, you know, it was needed for me to be where I'm at today, because I had to experience that. I had to go through that, and I see today that a lot of these young brothers and sisters out here, they definitely need our guidance, because we've already been there.
Thank you.
I broke the cycle.
Thank you. EJ, you got.
Good afternoon again. So I'm Bishop Corey Stewart from New Life Ministries Unlimited and Life Recovery Solutions. We do transitional housing, among other things. So my question first is, what does the literature or data say about the barriers to reentry? And is there a correlation between those barriers to reentry to preempt people from going in the first place?
So the literature and the data shows that there are the four main categories. Got to get back to my notes. The four main categories that need to be addressed. And those are, if that's not in place and if those factors aren't being addressed, that the chances of recidivism are going to be high. And those are social and community environments. And under that will fall, sorry, y'all, my glasses on. Those of a certain age will know that. Poverty, poor access to health care, lower levels of education, and violent high crime neighborhoods. So if you're living in those areas, and let's talk about access to health care. Opportunity doesn't mean access. And I the prisons, it takes them a long time to get that access to the treatment, and it's not always the appropriate treatment. And so that's why the fourth step is access to appropriate treatment. We can't put a one-size-fits-all. We have to address the root problem and the root causes. If we in society never address the root causes, we are always going to be trying to fix something in a way that doesn't need to be fixed. And our communities are suffering. And then real quick, difficulty adjusting to back to life after incarceration, employment, housing, transportation, education, healthcare, family reunification, and social support.
Great.
So we would have to do a study to see what exists. I can tell you that from the folks that we know or that these gentlemen know and work with, the answer is no, or there is at least not enough of it. So one of the things that we've started, what missed ops is, it's really taking all of these factors, the family reunification piece, the cognitive behavioral health piece, all of that, and saying we're building a model that is going to support this. Y'all, if you have any psychology background, this is all about Maslow hierarchy of need. We have to start with the bottom. We have to start with addressing housing, food insecurities, transportation, jobs, and healthcare. If you cannot provide that successfully, or somebody can't access it successfully, the chances of them committing crimes or not getting the help and support that they need isn't going to happen. They can't be able to then work on themselves. They can't be able to address their mental health needs, their substance use needs. They can't be that parent for their kids who are at home. And that's why this is so critical. There are over 3,000 individuals who are incarcerated in Delaware right now. There are almost 3,000 folks who come home. There's over 10,000 people who are on probation and parole right now in this state. And we need to do better. They deserve better. They deserve to have the chance, like these three gentlemen up here do. Like all of those who were in this audience. If you have been incarcerated and you have re-entered, and you are doing well, please stand up and let's give them a round of applause, because they have had to fight systems that have been built to keep them down. And you all have to excuse me. This
Sandra,
is my passion.
Sandra, I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
And we have one right here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Timeless Thomas, and I'm not going to talk about my great book. I'm not going to talk about the book. People nonchalantly have thanked the Lieutenant Governor and her staff for the work that they're doing, but I'm a lived experience, and based on the vicarious healing power in the listening tours, me being an ex-offender, functioning in trauma, being easily distracted, had a place to vent and share my thoughts and ideas, which ultimately pushed me back into a leadership position in my household, in my community. This is all based on BHC. So it's not a regular thing when we're all in this room together, different organizations, the networking potential. We don't take this for granted when the lieutenant governor puts something like this together and then wait for her to do more. We're here. The time is now. The lived experience is here. There's the clinical. Here's the data. There's the therapy. Let's go.
Yes. And so I would like to leave one last thing. This can't live in today. It's people who are in the streets. It's people who live in our neighborhoods. Everybody in here can write down right now what is one thing that you can commit to keep this going and really be the change.
Here we go.
Hello. So the answer to your question, you just said, I want to help. I want to help. I have never been to jail, but you can say I've been to jail because I'm a walking proof. My dad, his name was Hubcap, if y'all know him. When he came home, he used to tell me in the corner to tighten up, to keep her, like, I'm like, I gotta put my hands on my knees, Dad. Why I gotta put my hands on my knees? Tighten up, and taught me every step. So when we say, when you come out, it was no family united. I didn't get that. My dad was in jail up until my 9th grade year in high school, and he died. But when he came home, it was just reentry, going back, because that's what he was used to. So we need that in our community on how we can reunite the families. My dad didn't have anything. All he knew was selling drugs. When I was little, I used to go to Gander Hill. I used to go to all the prisons because of the visitation. They took pictures. You had to stand by the wall and say cheese, and then they give you your Kodak picture right there. You go to the vending machine. But I was happy. I used to walk around and say, Dad, I'm going to be a warden. And I'm going to be a warden because I'm going to let you free. So then as I got older, and this is how I got introduced to the criminal justice system, as I got older, I wanted to become a cop. My first job was Roanoke, Virginia, police department. Because I was like, Dad, when you get out, I'm going to set you free. This is my mentality of why I want to be in law enforcement, because I want my dad home with me. So I'm 6 years old, wanting to be a cop, and I achieved that goal to be a cop, but it wasn't what I wanted to be. It wasn't no rehabilitation or reentry. And then I said, I don't want to be a cop. Teresa Crothers, if you guys know her, I was her, shout out to her, I was her intern in the adult probation. I was her little intern. I was a probation officer. She said, be a PO. Did that, liked it. I said, I don't want to do that anymore. I said, what's the next goal? Because I want to get to the root of the problem. She said, go work in the prison system. I worked there. I did not like what I seen. I support the criminal justice system to the fullest, but if it's done the correct way. People should have jobs when they come home. Don't just let them out in the street. Okay, you better start running. But I just want to say, I want to make a change. And if there's any way I can do or be a part of that, whether it's financially, whether it's coming to talk to people, I want to be a part of that change. So I will give you my number when we leave, and I want to be a part of that change.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on time, and if one of you just wants to briefly wrap up, I would really appreciate briefly. If any of you is a pastor, don't do it. Somebody take us out real quick with a thank you.
So I like to say this. Change is on the horizon. Change has been coming for quite some time, right? So like we teach the impact of crime on victims in the prison. We teach it in SCI, we teach it in James Vaughan. And over the past month, and this is why I say change is on the horizon and it's coming, is over the past month, they started a new program called TAMAR, right? And it's a trauma program. And it's going to be a game changer within the Department of Corrections. And the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because I've been asked to help tutor and mentor the peers there and work with the TAMAR program. And it starts with making sure that every single person within the Department of Corrections is trauma informed, because most of us, we communicate from our trauma. So if you can understand that, then you can understand how you can be of benefit as we continue to move forward.
Thank you for this opportunity today, and God bless everybody for doing the work that you're doing.
Kerwin, you're almost up. Just before we bring Kerwin back up, well, you're already back up. Stay here. Want to say thank you to former Mayor Jim Kenney. Letty, how you doing? Who is always supporting reform. Reform, as you know, was born in Philadelphia, and he has always been an ardent supporter. So I want to say thank you to him. Welcome back.
All right. Everyone, if we could take our seats yet again and get ready for the third panel today. Okay, the third panel will be on developing a culturally proficient intervention. Culturally proficient intervention. And our guests today will be Guy Wheeler, Terrell Watson, the Honorable Charles E. Butler, Douglas Marlowe, and Britton Smith. Oh, he can't be here today? Judge Butler is not here. Y'all can come down, start at this end. How you doing? No problem. Guy, are you here? All right, so to stay on schedule, let's start with some brief introductions. We'll start at this end, work your way down, and tell us a little bit about the organization that you're representing before we get into the actual topic.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Britton Smith. I'm the Senior Director for Federal Organizing and our Strategic Partnerships at Reform Alliance. An organization you've heard a little bit about today. So again, focusing primarily on probation and parole reform. And it's great to work in my lane with our community partners, with external organizations, other nonprofits, to make sure that we can come up with the best solutions and advocate in our various legislators as well as counties to incorporate the changes necessary to see successful reentry for so many individuals.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrell Watson. I'm a peer mentor and recently outreach coordinator for the Wilmington Hope Commission. We are a nonprofit in Wilmington, Delaware, and what we try to do is cut back recidivism in the state of Delaware. We offer that by intensive CBT classes. Y'all going to hear about the HEAT curriculum today. That's what I do.
Thank you very much. We have a mic down here. Try it again. There you go. There you go.
Is that working?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm technologically challenged. I'm Doug Marlowe from the National Association of Drug Court Professionals. I do research in the criminal justice system on what works and establishing things as evidence-based practices. And I've been working with Guy and other people on the HEAT curriculum, which you'll hear about, and working with the Hope Commission. I'm the person who has to prove it to people who fund treatments, to the justice system, to the scientists. If the research isn't there, I'm sorry, it's not going to be implemented. So.
Okay. There's proof in the numbers.
My name is Guy Wheeler. I'm the co-author of the Habilitation, Empowerment, Accountability Therapy curriculum all across the country right now that's focused directly on working with African American males as well as females. We have one set up for females as well that's working in prisons, jails, reentry, schools, all across the country, and it's probably one of the most different or innovative ones because it deals with different aspects of working with this population. It's culturally inspired and trauma informed as well. I just want to make sure that that is very clear.
So I'm learning as I'm emceeing here, and I keep hearing trauma come up. I know that when I started in law enforcement, trauma was not a discussion, right? A completely different way law enforcement was trained. But now I'm seeing the HEAT program. I see the acronyms. Would like to know a little bit more about that.
Okay, I can break that down. HEAT stands for Habilitation, Empowerment, Accountability, Therapy. Primarily tested, initially tested for black males between the ages of 19 to 29 that has been involved in the criminal justice system for a significant period of time. And my background is basically I initiated the second drug court in the country. And as a result of that, here's some of the things that I want to break down some things that to tell you why we ended up doing it. And I wrote it down because I want to make sure that I covered it. One of the things that we noticed that the inner city youth, the black males, did not respond to what was considered to be evidence-based practices. Because when we say evidence-based, what does that mean? What does it really mean? And when you bring it to the population, they would end up saying, were there any black people tested? Were there any black people provided, involved in the curriculum? And a lot of times that's no. Okay, so what they do in Vermont, you cannot bring it to South Florida with that population. So those are the types of things that you have to take into consideration. Another client said, obviously there was no blacks. He says, when I tested whether they were wrong, this information is not relevant to my thought process. So Daryl and I, who his son was killed, and we were working into this population, we said, what makes the difference? Now I want you all to listen to this really clearly. When we said, what is the difference of our curriculum from anything else? The target population is different from anybody. Here, when you're dealing with black males, identity issues, survival of the fittest, a lots of trauma. We don't accept depression and anxiety. Mental health is taboo. We are not allowed to be vulnerable. If so, you would be taken advantage of or ostracized. Being stopped by the police is a normal occurrence and a stressor. Black males feel that the police controls the black community and patrols the white community. Gun violence is normal. We understand sundown times. Disrespect is a major issue. I'm not invisible, I am somebody. Recently we had in Miami, Florida, where we had a young man who ended up, his mother gave him so much money and he flashed it and he was killed. So these are the kind of issues that separate what we have in the curriculum to address particularly black males in the criminal justice system. So that's what it's about.
Yeah, I think it's great. But Terrell, what are you finding? What are you feeling? What are you getting back from the people that you are dealing with through your program as well?
Honestly, a new outlook, a new lens on life. HEAT is a program that I facilitate, and I actually wrote a few notes, so I don't want to forget anything, but yeah, I'm a peer mentor at the Hope Commission, and what we do, we ask our members to adhere to 4 pillars. You know, pillars will hold you up, 4 pillars of success. Stable living, stable employment, which we consider to be 35 plus hours of work a week. Don't use any illegal drugs, and attend our CBT classes weekly. A little history on CBT, cognitive, the way your brain works, behavioral, your behavior is therapy. CBT was created for World War II veterans returning home from war. So let's think about that for a second. I am teaching a curriculum that was originally intended for war veterans. I'm giving that to people coming out of these prisons. 2 seconds to think about that. All right. So the first letter of HEAT is habilitative, right? We talk about rehab a lot, right? What does the prefix re mean? Somebody scream it out. Re, what does it mean? Again, how can we rehabilitate someone who's never been habilitated? Someone who was never taught to make your bed in the morning, never taught to say excuse me, never taught you should be somewhere on time, never taught these simple things. So that's what we're working with right now. Really quick, I love Shakespeare in school. My favorite was Othello. I got to play Othello, of course. And I remember reading the lines, "Thou art doth the light that reigneth upon the dew in the morning dawn." That's English, but that's not really a form of English that we can like readily understand. So when you're telling guys, hey, it's very detrimental to your success to do ABC, it's a lot easier to say, hey, if you sit on the block all day, the police are going to come lock you up because it's a high target area. I think they can kind of understand the concept more than that than what I said previously. So what it's like for me running HEAT, for all my teachers in the room, Have you ever sat and talked to somebody, or even maybe to my parents, and you can just see the wheels turning, you can see the information starting to click? It's a godsend to see gentlemen like Devin Hawks be able to come back 6-7 months later after his sentence and say, hey, Rel, man, that's crazy. That lesson you taught us about heat, I used that with my kids earlier. I went away and took a walk. I asked myself, well, what's going to happen if I do this and I do that? And just seeing the development of these gentlemen is paramount. It's amazing.
Some of the things that some other folks that have not had those experiences take for granted, and it can easily make a decision against that person after they make that decision that's the wrong one. But they don't have the same type of processing, right? So a lot of that comes from experience. But as you're talking to federal governments and you're out there and you're making this stuff happen, what do you see, sir?
So beyond, as you mentioned earlier, beyond the evidence-based practices, it is the culturally based sciences that really ensure the successful reentry for so many individuals. Again, stabilizing environments, really looking at all the conditions that go into what we push for legislation in our various states, where as we're meeting with groups that do the reentry work, meeting with groups that do the wraparound services, it's important that we take in those considerations, because actual legislative change and actual administrative change that's necessary has to involve the people who are most impacted. And again, while a lot of this information and some of these things, policies that can be repeated in various places are very necessary, are good, culturally we understand that we're not a monolith, but we are algorithmic. And so looking at those things and understanding those nuances, it really helps us develop practices, develop policies that are so specific to these jurisdictions that we need to see. One of the things that we push for in our safer supervision is for better jurisprudence, that we're utilizing the evidence in local governments, in local places, so that the people in Oklahoma, judges in the benches in Oklahoma, are not using Chicago-based statistics to sentence people in Oklahoma. Those are the type of things that really make a difference in understanding what is a win in legislation and successful policy for reentry.
I want to get back to that in just 1 second, but what I found dealing with legislators on a regular basis is a lot of their information is not just on public opinion, but it's also based upon the facts, right? Mm-hmm. What works? Show me the numbers, show me that works, because that's where the funding engine is going, right? So if it's this, but sometimes that isn't right. Sometimes it's geographical, like you're saying, what works in Chicago isn't going to work in Denver, so on and so forth, and vice versa. This is your opportunity, sir. What's working right now?
Well, there are many things that are working. Cognitive behavioral therapies, as we were talking about, are one example of something that has been proven to work, where people realize that they are misinterpreting situations, over-responding, acting before they think, failing to kind of consider what the steps are that are necessary to get somewhere. The problem is, as Terrell said, these interventions were really normed and developed for white men. And so people are in a room and a counselor is saying, so what caused you to get involved in the justice system? Someone says, well, the police have been hounding me. There's a lot of violence in my community. People are accusing me of things. And the counselor will very often see that as a cognitive error or a cognitive distortion, in which you are basically externalizing responsibility. You're saying it's not your fault, it's your environment's fault, and that's going to keep getting you in trouble. That's the way those interventions are developed. In culturally proficient interventions, which are proven to work for specific cultural groups, those are not cognitive errors. That's the facts. That is what's happening. The point is, it's not your cognition that's wrong. It's your behavior. It's how you respond to it. That is the issue, okay? And so that is why these kinds of interventions have improved outcomes, especially for young black men up until, we used to say till age 29, but now I don't think the age is even an issue anymore. Not even an issue. It's really saying your healing comes from your own cultural strengths, your own cultural bonding, your own cultural...
Can you delve into that a little bit?
Yeah, he's the expert on that. You can look at me and tell I'm not.
One of the things that we've incorporated in our curriculum was spirituality. You cannot treat people of color, especially black people, okay, and ignore spirituality. Research says that again and again and again. So in the middle of what we have here is spirituality. We call it G, good, orderly direction. Okay, whatever that person chooses to believe in, but we do know that if you put God in the middle of a situation, particularly working with this population, William Miller starts to talking about it. Andrew Newberg starts to talk about it. Dr. Miller right here at Columbia University starts to talk about it. There is research that says spirituality makes a difference. So when you start talking to black people, okay, and do not incorporate, all right, spirituality in the middle of it, all right, you are very insensitive. It is counterproductive, okay? And it's the underline of many of the issues that we were taught in graduate school that I could never talk about spirituality or God. But my population was on crack cocaine, okay? They didn't want to hear SHIT about clinical. They wanted to hear something about God. So in the middle of everything that what we have is spirituality. The last thing that we also have is something that we put in the community. We prepare these men, okay, after a period of time to go back in their community. Okay, they're not going to live in no high-rise section. They're going back into this gentrified neighborhood that they're living in, and we've got to equip them based upon the environment that they live in. And if you don't equip them for the environment of the tone, the language, you know, I'm gonna put a package in your hand right now, you got to get back on. I'll prepare them for the skills. So we have to work in collaboration with their thinking, because our thinking from a cultural perspective is totally different from everybody else. And I think everybody needs to stop asking us in this assimilation process, this integration process, to be like everybody else. We ain't like everybody else. And allow us in this mosaic beauty of what we have brought to America, all right? The power, the innovativeness, the creativity, the inventions that we have is incorporated in everything that what we do. So our job is to empower them, because the most brilliant people I've ever worked with, guys that's been in the penitentiary. Anybody understand that? Raise your hand. The most brilliant people I've ever worked with. So let's empower them, equip them as they work in the criminal justice process so we can deal with macro issues, okay, racism, poverty, and all those other things. But we've got to deal with the micro issues of the internal stuff that they're dealing with. Because if we don't help assist them of dealing with the war that is within them, right, we have set them up to fail. And we spell fail F-E-L-L, not F-A-I-L.
I hear that. Terrell, and I keep coming back because you're what we like to call boots on the ground. You're dealing with the people every day. How big is the faith component in your education of the folks in your classes?
It's a big part of it because it grounds our guys, and it gives guys someone to be accountable. Really quick, you know, in my role, I'm the accountability guy. The quarterback throws the football, the receivers catch it. I'm the guy that's going to tell you, hey, you might be messing up. You said you wanted to do this. What happened? He is broken down into 3 sections. It's the self, then it's the family, then it's the community. So how we like to look at it, I talk to a guy, I might talk to Devin Hawks, one of my esteemed graduates. The information I disseminate to him, he introspectively takes it upon himself. And as he said many times to me, he takes that home. That affects his family. His family goes out. That affects his family's co-workers, schoolmates, etc. And that can kind of, I'm going to say this, it sounds corny, it can change the world. You know what I mean? But faith is huge in the HEAT curriculum. Really quick, I wanted to say on a personal note, the only reason I'm here and not in classes with Devin is because when my mother was not able to take care of me, my grandmother had the foresight to expose me to things. Kicking and screaming, I don't want to go, I don't want to do it. But she knew that taking me to these places with people that did not look like me, people that did not think like me, it would open my mind. And that, I just want to say, that's the only difference between us and a lot of these guys that are incarcerated or recently home. They just don't understand that there are other options. They only know these 5 or 6 options to get money to be successful in life. Now, I was blessed to be able to, when I got out of jail, have a mother who would let me stay there rent-free for a little bit. I just had a lot of family support. What if I had children at that time? Very popular rap line, chill, don't pay the bills. Young Chris, chill, don't pay the bills. You have to live life. You have to be self-sufficient. But how can you do that with all these barriers against you? So once again, that's what he does. It really gives these guys a brand new lens and outlook on life.
And you had that grandmother that instilled that grind in you as well, that made you, when you had that opportunity to stay at mom's for a little while, to get out there and make that happen and utilize that support. I think that's awesome. Mr. Britton, I see you're agreeing with a lot of this. I would love to know your insight.
Absolutely. I think even to something that Guy said earlier, there are two conversations that are happening when, especially as we talk with various legislators and then go talk with people who are doing the day-to-day services. There are two conversations that are happening. One, the justice system is broken. Then there's another conversation that says the justice system is working just as it was designed to do. So those are two separate conversations, two separate ideas to two separate groups. And the irony is, back to that point earlier about the brilliance of the people who have been incarcerated, we push so many different things, and we have to reimagine the way we look at second chances, what real second chances look like. Because we think, all right, well, if you just get out, get a job, meet these three competencies, you should be fine. But
According to who?
Right, according to who? And then, but even still, you're talking about people who were locked up in situations where they built empires, multi-million-dollar empires, and we think that the opportunities that best suit them are if they could just get some 9-to-5 to keep them pushing. These are people with entrepreneurial mindsets. These are people who have been utterly brilliant, who could actually be teaching schools at Wharton. But again, because of systems, because of so many structures, because the justice system is broken, because the justice system is working perfectly, because these two things are both true, we've created a system where we have lower expectations for the brilliance of so many people with these lived experiences. And it takes these hands-on approaches, these cultural approaches that speak to the very humanistic person that needs to be rehabilitated.
So I'm going to ask a direct question for those that are viewing this maybe at a later time, and they're doing it as evidence-based to kind of push them into programs, okay? So please answer it as such. Why would you tell them, and I'll give you each an opportunity, someone who is reentering, why would you tell them in your words, your pitch, your speech on why they need to participate in a program that maybe, if not yours, and it's well, but why do they need to be in a program that's helping them identify these things and work through them?
I'll start off. I would say because the things that you were taught growing up are not going to serve you in life. You have learned things that will help you on 26th and Jefferson. You've learned things that will help you on 55th and Pine, but you have not learned things that will help you in the workplace, at your child's graduation. Just living the kind of life that you say you want. Nobody wants to be unsuccessful. Nobody wants to be a felon. But we put ourselves into these situations, and then we have to do the best. So that's what I would tell someone. It's going to give you a different way to handle the business that you want to handle, because the tactics and the tools that you are given, it's not going to build the house you want. These tools are going to build the house and the life that you want.
I'm interested in you, and there's people, like you said, that are just brilliant in prison and they don't know, and they understand the numbers more than most of us understand the numbers. Numbers-wise, why is this curriculum, this idea, and sorry if I'm classifying it wrong, important?
Is this working? Okay.
You're hot.
So, my job is to study these interventions and see, do they in fact work? So we did studies in Kentucky, Indianapolis, where we assign young men to HEAT versus business as usual or to the CBT programs as usual. And in our studies, they were twice as likely to succeed on parole, half as likely to be revoked and go back to prison. So I ask a simple question. If I could do something for you that will cut the odds in half that you're going to go back to prison, what do you think about that? and a person would have to be pretty self-destructive to turn it down. The problem, it's not really a problem, but when it comes to proving that something's an evidence-based practice, we all use that word evidence-based practice all the time, and you'll find 3 people that actually knows what it means. But what it means is that you have proven something in 2 randomized controlled trials where you have at least 70 to 100 people in each of the cells, and you have a moderate effect size of 0.4 or greater. In other words, there's a lot of specificity research before something's an evidence-based practice. And until it's an evidence-based practice, you've heard from DOC and probation, parole, other organizations are not going to use it, or far less likely to use it. Third-party payers are not going to cover it. So we need to be able to prove that it works in randomized controlled trials, which is why I'm working with the Hope Commission, with Senator Brown, with Delaware State University, with Dean Scott Jones, to study it in Delaware, to prove, whether or not, and I believe it will turn out to be an evidence-based practice, so that it finds its way into the programs we're talking about today. Because I'm sorry to say this, but many of the participants we're talking about, and it's not going to shock many of you, are not receiving services that have ever been shown to work. And in many respects are receiving services that have been shown over and over again not to work.
But so I want to put I agree with you all. So I want to put my conspiracy theory hat on. I do that very well. So I'm thinking about the prison industrial complex. Is that what we're calling it now? Or, what keeps prisons in business?
The carceral state.
Are you seeing opposition to your program, landmines, so on to speak, to prevent this from succeeding?
I don't see opposition. Guy, what I see is apathy, laziness, inertia, just doing the same things over and over again. Guy and his partner Daryl came to me to talk about studying heat. What will it take to make it an evidence-based treatment? That was almost 15 years ago. And I told them it's going to take us 10 years. We're now at 15 years. And I'm still trying to get the funding, right? We send it to review committees, and they're like, oh, you haven't convinced us we need this. Cognitive behavioral therapy works. Why do we need these kind of interventions? Why spend money on it? Try to go to programs, and they're like, we have to train the counselors. Well, the counselors are too busy to go to a training. Or we can't afford to purchase the manuals. By the way, we made the manuals available free for these studies, but it was too much to ask to put these programs through the rigors of doing what works. And I'm hearing it, people are talking about housing, and they're talking about job training. It's all the same thing. The vast majority of job training programs, and why I love Hope is because this doesn't apply to them, but the vast majority of vocational training programs are, here's the list of jobs, go get it, right? And then no assistance, no skill development, no preparation, and then when the person doesn't keep the job or doesn't succeed well in a job, then they get sanctioned for their misconduct or their failure to take advantage of the opportunity that was offered to them. It takes more work to do it right. And people will complain, well, that's too expensive, that's too hard. The answer is tough. Do it anyway.
Yeah, so Mr. Britton, I'm going to fall back to you from the legislative government side in dealing with this. Interested to know your thoughts.
And it's like the trek of 1,000 miles. It seems, the task seems so daunting. And again, I've had the pleasure of coming to speak at the Hope Commission. And it's one of those things where you see a unique place doing something great, and unfortunately, we don't have it on a macro level. We don't have it in every place. Our organization has done a great job partnering with Edgecombe in New York in trying to posit so many different things that don't look just like a list, and read off a list, go at this list. And those are the things that it takes when I can take some of the work that Terrell's doing and go to a legislator and say, these are the programs that need to be funded.
Right.
These are the programs that need to be expanded. It's easy for legislators and lawmakers to look at and listen to the advisement of their local law enforcement and think, hey, they institute the programs, let them run it. But again, those programs don't cover the people who need the support.
And the biggest pushback is that the issues that we address issues like hustling. Okay, we address issues like absent father, which I can understand very well, dealing with those kind of issues. We talk about effort. This is how we talk. This is how we think. This is how we look at the world. And what we've been doing is we've been given, at Thanksgiving, we've been giving people who eat sweet potato pie, pumpkin pie. And we want to know why they regurgitate it. They're going to always regurgitate it. It's because that is not their culture. That is not the ingredients. So we did not run away when we wrote this curriculum. We dealt directly with the population that we knew that we were going to serve. We brought in guys who have been in the prisons, jail. All of, you know, if you're black in America, everybody got uncles who sold dope or drinking or whatever like that. My cousin Maurice Chance is known right now in New York as the Kissing Bandit. That's my first cousin. So we all as black people know something about this. So when I go to talk to black males, like I did last night when I flew in last night, when I go, it's going to be real. It's going to be 100. Because what's going on? What's happening in your life? How it's going to be? How you going to get through this? Now, we as black people, we might be educated, but we have to learn to be bicultural. I can't play on the basketball court when I played 100 years ago, okay? I can't talk in the same way. I got to play differently. So when we talk to us, we've got to understand the beauty and the power that is in us and the language that what we have. Because if you don't talk to us in a way that is culturally responsive to us, guess what? We're going to lose them. That's why we have lost them. So we keep forcing, I call it Barnum Bailey, on them. And what we have done is we just gave them the soul circus. They both professional circuses, but guess what? One that is most effective. We feel as though we can dance to the music. We can play Motown, and we ain't ashamed of it. And it also can be professional at the same time. Yes, we're going to use Freudian, we're going to use Erickson, we're going to use everything that Mr. Charlie taught us, but we cannot go back in our community and say the same things in the same tone unless we have an understanding to the population that we serve.
So keeping that tone, which is a great tone,
yes.
What would you tell someone that's listening right now or listening maybe a month from now going through this, why your program is so effective as the author, creator, what have you?
Okay, who said it? Well, the research is saying it's work. I mean, we're in probably about 35 states right now. Okay, the results that is coming in of the people that are graduating from the program. See, here's what the problem is. We keep putting this population in these programs, and guess what? First of all, they don't even put them in programs. They put them in prison. Okay, let's just get 100 up in here. We don't even get into programs. That's what we should be ashamed of. We can do all this good talking, but we don't even put black males in. You know what? We send them to the penitentiary. So why don't we take this same concept and put it in a penitentiary and do a continuum of care? So when they come out, they can go to reentry, they can go to residential, they can go to an outpatient program, but with the same treatment of the same kind of curriculum. So what we have noticed as we go around the country, that people's lives are being changed. We also connect the community. Why don't we put the mosque, the synagogue, and the churches and get them involved? We highly recommend that these churches, mosques, and synagogues, did I say all of them? All of them? We put tithes in there, but guess what? We're dealing with tithes of issues in our lives. We need to bring the community to the table. Everybody to the table, NAACP, the Urban League, to talk about our stuff. We are so fragmented. That's the reason we don't get anything done. So I would recommend is that what I did in South Florida, I went to everybody, went to the churches first and said, look, we got all these black men in the program. Guess what? We paying tithes up in here. Why don't we do something about it? The problem is, many of the churches, I'm getting ready to get in trouble. Y'all ready for getting in trouble? See, the only thing, a lot of churches, not all we want to do is maintain the aquarium. I'm not about maintaining the aquarium. Because grandmama and them, who's calling on me every Sunday, their son's sitting up in church. And they want to get help. So we need to deal with the mental health issues, the substance abuse issue, and they can be transformed by the renewing of their mind, but we got to give it to them. We can't keep doing the same thing and expect this, the same results.
Could I piggyback off God's point?
Please do.
Good job.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to piggyback off something Guy said earlier about using a familiar language. I wanted to excuse me for about 30 seconds really quick. A conversation that I have with guys is about pimping, all right? A lot of our guys, they come home, fresh from incarceration. So, and excuse me, I asked them about their sexual exploits. What you guys been doing out here? So now they get a little braggadocious. I've been doing this, I've been doing that. So we talk about pimp. Oh, you guys is pimping, that's what's up. Everybody's hype, everybody's laughing, everybody's having fun. But what's a pimp? A pimp is someone who uses the females in their life to supply their needs, to support their needs. So now they all hyped up and cool and happy about being pimps. Well, who was putting money on your phone when you was locked up? Oh, mom, grandma, baby mom, okay. Who was coming to visit you? Mom, grandma, okay. So who was you pimping for the last 5, 10 years? Then the room get quiet. It's not funny anymore. But then we talk about who's gotten paid off you going to jail. We talking about the arresting officer, talking about the bailiff, talking about the transfer officer, talking about the judge, and I could literally go on to the people in Bangladesh bagging up your commissary that it got to get shipped to you. So who's really getting, who's the pimp and who's the hoe, excuse me again. So this is another reason why heat is so beneficial, because once again, it's a familiar language, and it holds gentlemen extremely accountable. Yes.
How so?
Accountable. How so? Because you can't tell me that you sold drugs to help your family, because I'm going to say to you, well, how are you helping your family now while you locked up? Because now they got to send you money. So you taking out of your son's mouth. And me being there in that space and my demeanor, I'm able to do that, and they know it's coming from a place of love and respect. Now they have to go in the mirror and look and say, well, damn, if I take this pack, if I take these drugs and I get locked up, I'm still getting pimped. And that's different than after law, I'm gonna just do it anyway. It creates a different mindset, because who want to be a hoe? Everybody want to be a drug dealer. Who want to be a hoe? So it really changed. And I'm sorry, I got to do this really quick. Heat would not be in Wilmington, Delaware, if it was not for Dr. Deborah Mason. Please stand up for me, Doc. I really appreciate you. Stand up for 2 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I was not living up to my potential, in her words, and she came to my office one day. She said, Terrell, there is a curriculum that's awesome, and you're going to run it, and you're going to do great. And that was maybe a year and a half ago, and here we are. So thank you again, Dr. Mason, very much.
Thank you so much. I think this is a perfect time to go into Q&A, right? We're going to have a little bit more time. Look at the hands popping up. So this is going to be good. So let's move to
I'm here, Cohen.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Joe Walls. I'm the CEO of Veteran Services. I advocate for incarcerated veterans, and I haven't heard any positive about DOC. I'm going to tell you, some of them people in there are very dedicated. I did 35 years in prison, and if it wasn't for some of the staff level, the line people, I wouldn't be the man I am today, because they helped me, they protected me, and they kept me going. Now, the leadership of DOC, we got new leadership. And they want to do the good thing, but they didn't lack, when I talk to them, it seems like they lack the political and community support to make the changes that they know is necessary. They know what to do. We got to get behind them, just like President Johnson told Martin Luther King. You want civil rights? Make me give it to you. And that's what we got to do. The question is, what can we do for incarcerated veterans? They should not be put in prison because they're mentally ill because of what they did during service to our country.
Any of you like to take a stab at any of that?
I wish I had a better answer. I just want to say thank you for your service. I was a formerly incarcerated veteran myself, incarcerated veteran. So thank you for your service. I appreciate you. And I wish I had a better answer for that, to be honest with you. Put them in heat. There you go.
Give me 1 second right here, come on.
There's a lot of hands this time.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. My name is Laura Gendra. I'm the commissioner with the Delaware Hispanic Commission. I'm also the director of Stand By Me. Hi, Terrell.
Hi. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. I want to know, since we're talking about cultural competence, what are your thoughts in regards to culturally and linguistically available services for our Latino community? So that wasn't necessarily touched upon.
I think it's necessary. I totally think it's necessary. when we tried to broach that, we got into a middle issue because I'm from South Florida. And you start dealing with Puerto Ricans, Colombians, and all that kind of aspects, and that created kind of tension for us. But I think that if you're going to get one for Hispanics or however you want to go ahead and deem it, they should be the ones that's writing it. Okay, I don't think we as black males should be writing a curriculum that's talking about Hispanics. So if we ever get involved to that concept, we're going to have Hispanics, Latinos, or however they choose to go ahead and do it to write it. I don't think we're competent, we equipped enough, because I'm a black male and I'm going to write from that concept. So I think I think it's necessary and I think it's essential.
Can I say something?
Please, please.
You know, the question you're raising it gets down to how many and what kinds of culturally proficient interventions are out there that have been shown to work. And I'm going to tell you something that's going to be a little shocking to all of you. If you're using the right definition of an evidence-based practice as they're officially cataloged, the answer is 0, okay? So we're trying to get the first truly evidence-based intervention. So when you're talking about interventions for Hispanic, Latino populations, I can give you examples of ones that are out there, but I can't vouch for them. I can't tell you what the research says about them. And therein lies the problem. Because there is a whole, and National Institute of Justice, National Institute of Health, they have huge multi-million-dollar projects studying evidence-based practices. And they have special calls for racial, ethnic people in the criminal justice system, and find out what studies are actually going on and being funded. Negligible. Negligible. So if you really want to get the kind of backing and you want to be represented in research and you want to be established as evidence-based practices, you need to go to the who are really behind how interventions get studied and approved for third-party reimbursement and the like. There's no representation by the community you just asked about.
I would just, one thing. We have the DOC here, right? We have the head of the DOC here, which is awesome, and they're here and they're listening. What are your thoughts? Could we give them the mic for just 1 second? I'm interested to know y'all's thoughts on what's being said here and the HEAT program and similar programs like it.
Who's the head of the DOC? All right.
The boss.
Yeah. Actually, the chief of planning and research and reentry, she just stepped out, but she just mentioned that she was going to be reaching out to get the curriculum for HEAT so that we can run it through to see if it can be approved for good time credits as well. So
when we're talking about the action that took place during this meeting, and we're good. We're talking about the action that took place during this meeting and what did we accomplish. I love the fact that DOC is here. Thank you. Not all states the DOC representatives would be here. Let's be honest. We live in a country, where, Delaware is state only when it comes to corrections for the most part. We're not broken down on a county section or county level and cities and towns and all that. So honor the fact that you're here. Thank you very much, and for listening and being active listeners and participants in the conversation. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I am Charito Calvachi Mateico. I am a member of the Post People Campaign, but probably I am the LCLU immigrant rights organizer. And I want to speak a little bit of the inertia that Judge Marlowe was talking. This inertia keep doing the same things with very bad results. And I think we are here, and this is the place to talk about letting go of that inertia and starting to realize that the reason why we are in this conversation and in this dilemma is because the framework that we have used since the 11th century until now is that we are using punishment as a tool to do everything in a system. And guess what? You mentioned culture, Mr. Wheeler. We are deeply a culture, a collective culture. Before the 11th century, were the community that will deal with issues of assault, crime, etc., they will know what to do to diminish the incrementation of violence in the community. That was taken underneath their feet. and it become an incarcerated system in the way we know it. But it started with a king that wanted money. That's how the system started. Well, the question, he said, what is the question? Shall we continue doing the wrong thing of using punishment as a tool instead of an accountability to make things right, to make amendments, and to help the people? And is it not here the time to understand the role of community? When people are incarcerated now, they should have a community before they leave to meet with them many months to make sure that when they get out of that jail, they have the tools to continue exploring this new life. And after that, they're supposed to have a community that stays with them week by week. Somebody mentioned, our Representative Cook, there is only in his district 60 churches. Imagine in all Delaware, if in each church there will be 5 dedicated people to one of the people that re-enter into society. That will be wonderful because they need community. The question is, can we go to that different framework? Can we stop the inertia? And can we stop reflecting all this madness about a capitalist society to the worst type and becoming a community, a beloved community of Martin Luther King that used restorative justice as a real way to live in society in a collective way?
Would anyone like to comment on that?
Britton Smith.
Absolutely.
I'm just joking. I haven't heard from my friend in a while.
Absolutely. I think the fact that building community, one, as you mentioned, before they enter incarceration and then post, is something that I think will help even framework the things that he talks about to a much larger scale. One of the things that we don't want to do is overburden our community. And the difficulty we find in dealing with a lot of lawmakers and legislators is it's harder to fund the complexities within our judicial system, within our penal system. When there are so many complexities such as unique programming that is different, it's easier to say, well, this is the solution, let's fund it, versus these are the solutions, let's support them. And once we can get a lot of those dollars flowing that way, once we can get the support to community groups and organizations, and she mentioned churches and so many other entities that do so many of these wraparound services, once we can get them supported financially, because at the end of the day, people really do need the resources. They really do need the resources, and I, again, have to applaud you all here in Delaware by having such a community and by having such a space where Department of Corrections and the community frequently meet and frequently engage. So again, I wish I could say that in every state I take a panel. So again, hats off to you here in Delaware for leading in this effort.
Well, I think that's great. Just to echo that one point, it would be great to come back in 6 months and see the DOCs, how they reviewed the HEAT program, and to see, okay, this was good, this wasn't good. Did we implement it? We didn't implement it, that's fine, but why? And be able to report some of that back and give feedback back to these folks so they know as they're moving forward which documentation, which didn't fly, maybe some questions, because I know in government and bureaucracy of 25 years dealing with it, you can lose some things in communication, you can lose some things in tasking through administration changes and what have you. But let's try to be accountable, right? Get that information back. We heard from the way back, it works. That's why it works, right? So if it works, and it does, there are some things that are working, excuse me, and it's right here in our community, I would love to know DOC's feedback on that. I think that's fair. So let's reconvene possibly at a later time and get that feedback in whatever way we can.
And then really quick, I'm sorry, I see you got a question. Anyone from DOC, please feel free to reach out to Senator Brown. If you would ever like to come to the Women Hope Commission, sit down with me, maybe sit down for a couple minutes of a class or anything of that nature, please reach out to Senator Brown.
I'll also share with you some of our research studies on heat that have been published in academic journals. We have some here with us, and we also have copies of the manuals and the participant workbook. We can't distribute those. You can look at them, but we don't.
They have a price tag associated with it.
Well, not to me, but to his money bags over here.
Okay, just one comment to the person who said something about the English as a second language. A lot of the times, the support is not there because if you're getting someone certified in workforce development, their certification test is in English. So if you spend all your money teaching them in their native language, by the time they're trying to get certified, they're going to be tested in English. So it's important to have that support there for English as a second language to get them supported more in English to get certified. But the question for you all, just because we're becoming more digitally inept as a culture, Americans, I have researched that certain states have implemented virtual reality training, and that is what I'm bringing to this state, to bring workforce development options into reentry populations. I don't know the exact success rate, but I'll try to get that data because you have me thinking about data. But can you give me some insight into what you have witnessed in the Delaware landscape or appetite for innovative programs, for digital literacy, and just when people leave, some people haven't even seen a phone, haven't Googled, haven't seen a computer. Can you tell me some of that adds a barrier to their experience? Thank you.
I can speak on that. At the Women's and Hope Commission, one of the things that the gentlemen are asked to do, once I said going back to these 4 pillars, is find and maintain stable employment. Ms. Dominique Truitt, she comes every once a week and she does classes, hour-long classes. And she can tell you, I've seen her sit and have to create a Gmail, have to explain what a Gmail is, have to explain to a gentleman how to use their cell phone. So that is a huge barrier. As I said, at the Hope Commission, just our staff is made up of such a different kind of eclectic staff. We kind of do that one-on-one. And then we have actually took some of the lessons and verbatim put them on the PowerPoints. Also with Heat too, I kind of want to say really fast, for the cultural component of it, there are a lot of, Menace to Society is a movie that a lot of us have seen, a lot of my guys have seen. The scene where Lawrence Fishburne is talking about gentrification, that hits very different after we go through a chapter in Heat called Institutional Barriers to Society. It's extremely different. They watch it, I keep saying, using this term, with a new lens, with new lenses, with new eyes. So all of these things, these movies, the music, everything that we consume, once you go through Heat, and once again with this new lens, it's hard to be entertained with what is keeping you down once you have that understanding. So I just wanted to add that to that, the cultural component of it.
Well, I'd like to thank all the panelists. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to mention that during COVID, we went online with Heat, and we were doing research in Multnomah County, Oregon, with the gang unit that Heat was being used for, and we delivered it online, and we were able to teach the guys how to use it. The ones who didn't have, we gave them laptops, and the probation department, and we did it online. And the first thing they had to learn was how to use, right? So we had to explain what all this means, and this is called a mouse. And a lot of them didn't know that. So,
did you have something you wanted to answer?
And our credible messengers are guys who have gone through the criminal justice system. So it is not as though we're looking for licensed people all of the time. The credible messengers may be that guy who's been in gangs, the guy that we're talking about in Oregon. The governor had pardoned him, and boy, he runs it. Guys like Terrell, guys in Missouri. So when we go in to train, we're trying to train some brothers who can go straight to the streets and talk directly to them and make a big impact. So, as well as probation officers. So credible messengers could be anybody at that particular point that can empower them, okay? Inspire them and influence them to make an impact in their life.
Well, I think this has been a very productive session. Thank
I'm
you
sorry.
so much.
If I can say one more thing, I just want to extend an invitation to all of these community organizations that are in Delaware. Please, if you have, please reach out to myself, twatson@wilmhope.org, or please reach out to myself, twatson@wilmhope.org, or Senator Brown. We will welcome any organization that we can all come together collectively and help our guys out. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it was great, great session, and we'll soon move forward. Group 4. Thank you, everyone. Let's give them a round of applause.
When violence happens in our communities, they deploy law enforcement in force to apprehend a perpetrator, but they don't deploy therapists and healers and counselors to deal with the after effects of violence in our community. In our neighborhoods, we have to be the heroes and the sheroes of our own safety. Community violence intervention and community-based public safety is a comprehensive strategy that should serve as a complement to law enforcement in our neighborhood in terms of reducing violence and crime. In our community, you say public safety and people say police, but the reality is that you can't have public safety without the public. Safety is a shared strategy, and now it's time for us to invest heavily in community-based solutions. Violence is a public health issue. If we understand the public health frame, then we understand that those who are closest to the violence have to be given the skills, the tools, and the resources to do the intervention, the prevention, and the treatment. And those who are closest to the problem are closest to the solution.
You have to check in everywhere you go. Before you leave, you have to give parole people the 2-week notice before I travel outside of the state of Georgia. So if I want to go to California and visit my grandmother who's 96 years old, I have to give her a 2-week notice. And it's kind of hard because just say emergency, God forbid, a crisis happens amongst my family. I can't just get on the plane. That could be a violation. I could go back to prison so you have to make a decision. Death, go visit, warning out to your family, or possibly going back to prison. Not being able to go to family reunions, the relationship strained on me and my sister. We're not as close because I can't just get there and come spend my time with my sister, my family, my loved ones, missing my little cousins because I don't have the flexibility to go and visit my family just in the spur of the moment. Who wants to live a life where you can't, I'm not doing anything wrong. I paid my debt to society.
I served 84 months in federal prison.
I served 77 months in a federal prison camp.
I served 60 months in federal prison.
I was sentenced for wire fraud and served 54 months in federal prison.
Restitution is $30 million.
My restitution is $18 million.
My restitution, $7.3 million.
I have a restitution of $5 million.
My restitution amount is $26 million.
$12.5 million.
Okay, let's start to move back to our seats.
My restitution is $6.1 million. My restitution amount is $500,524,882.
And I am serving a life sentence.
I am serving a life sentence.
And I'm serving a life sentence.
I am serving a life sentence.
When Ryan got out, he's on probation. He's not free. He could not get a job. You can't vote. They hobble you and make it so that I don't know how you can ever rise above it. I just don't know how you can. There needs to be reform. There has to be.
I think the craziest technical violation that I saw when I was an officer was a situation where 2 individuals were together and had a child and were involved in the same case, and they weren't allowed to live together because they couldn't associate with felons. This was a huge disadvantage to their child and to helping the family heal and move forward. The officers that were working with these individuals decided to handle the situation and the horrible impact it had on that family.
The first things that I would do is create a better system where people coming out of prison will have better opportunities financially. So instead of having a person come out of prison and saying, okay, you're on parole, you have to pay these fees, you got to do this, you got to do that, I want to give you a skill set that's going to make you a high earner. Computers are a big thing, cybersecurity, coding, things like that. Being a social media fellow and being able to get on social media and actually learn that craft of navigating social media, how to post, how to edit videos, that's a skill set. And I just want to be a part of something that's changing the system or that's in the midst of changing the system.
I think what reform is doing is extraordinary. Getting bills changed, getting policies changed, lobbying to make sure that when people come home, they got a shot. So I think it's real important, to be a reformer.
For him to be out here and be giving away millions of dollars.
All right, let's try to work to our seats a little bit here. Work to our seats.
check in every time we fly out. That's unbelievable to me. So reform is very...
All the pressure is on you. Thank you. Captain on you. All the pressure is on you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Test it.
Okay, let's move into our final panel for today. We'd like to thank everyone who is, we'll have closing remarks after this, but I just wanted to personally thank everyone who's hung in there throughout the day and have heard all this great information. This panel is the Reimagining Justice panel, and this is chock full of state officials and city officials to talk about some things that are going on here in the city and reimagining the justice system. First, from the State Prosecutor's Office, we have Mr. Daniel Logan. Mr. Logan, a round of applause. And then we have the Chief, Mr. Wilfredo Campos, from here in the city of Wilmington. Mr. Jack McDonough, retired Chief, U.S. Probation Office, and just from the District Court of Delaware, so understands. Mr. Mike K.O. Bartley, founder of Heads Up 302. And Mr. Sean Winetta from Reform Alliance. So would like to give you the same opportunity that everyone else has. Some of your positions are self-explanatory, but others would like to know about your organization. We can start from this end.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Winetta. I'm policy manager for the Eastern Region at Reform Alliance. I've been in this role for a very short period of time. Prior to this, for a couple of years, more than 2 years, I was a policy strategist at the ACLU of Virginia, and I am actually 3 weeks from today will be my 4 years home from prison after serving 16 years in the Virginia Department of Corrections on a 30-year sentence. And like my friend Sincere Allah received a pardon from Governor Northam, him about 2 years ago, me just about 4 years ago.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, my name's Jack McDonough. I'm a retired chief from the U.S. Probation Office here in Delaware. I've had different functions, but that's what I identify most with and what I'd like to share my experiences there as it relates to this topic here, by trying to move institutional change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael K.O. Bartley. I am the founder of Heads Up in the 302. Heads Up in the 302 has a acronym that says healthy, encouraging attitudes, desiring solutions. And the up is what we see right now in this room, uniting the people. And I'm also the vice president of Home Team Chosen Ones, which is a statewide organization, Sussex, Kent, and Newcastle County, formerly incarcerated men who are out here doing the work and trying to, be agents of change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Logan. I currently serve as the state prosecutor here in Delaware. It's a confusing title, but essentially the state prosecutor is head of the entire criminal division underneath Attorney General Kathy Jennings. So I returned to the state. I've been here for about 18 months in this current role. Oversees 250 employees in the criminal division. It's 125 criminal attorneys in all 3 counties. All 125 of them are alpha prosecutors. They tend to be of a certain justice-driven way that I think that we are talking about when we talk about institutional change. Some of those things, I look forward to talking to you about how we are collectively trying to reimagine how we are training and developing our prosecutors in the state. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Chief.
For going on 28 years. I was appointed the 33rd Chief of Police for the City of Wilmington in January. Going on 28 years. I was appointed the 33rd Chief of Police for the City of Wilmington in January of 2023 by Mayor Przicki. Everything I do upon my appointment, and even growing up in the police department, is with the focus on community. So I thank you all for having me here. I'll talk about some of the changes that I made upon being appointed. And one of the things we always know is that we do traditional police work, right? But we have to, and this is a great title, reimagining how we respond to what the community needs. And I'll talk about some of the things that we put in place in the last 2 years and things that we want to continue as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. So just to keep everyone on pace for today's discussion, it's a discussion around the prosecution, prison, probation, and parole that will highlight reorienting the use of imprisonment only for high-risk offenders and reinventing the cost savings and correction practices that have proven their effectiveness in reducing recidivism and holding offenders accountable. So as we're moving forward with that discussion, you made a comment, sir, that you have alpha prosecutors. And I'm big on words. I'm in the word business. So tell me a little bit more about alpha prosecutors and prosecution, because you made it clear that they are justice oriented in regards to the new justice system and what have you. So I'm anxious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I purposely use that word because the people that are in the Department of Justice, in today's world, they come out of law school with lots of debt. And we have our challenges from recruitment to try to get to the very best when they can get paid 3 or 4 times more money working for private firms. So as a typical general matter, all of the prosecutors in our office are dedicated public servants because they want to make change, right? They are trying to find their role in the capital J justice, if you will. So when I say the alpha comment is very much it's a product of someone who is trained to go in front of a courtroom to try to produce evidence to show whether or not someone has committed a crime in a particular scenario. To do that for a third or a fraction of the pay requires a sense of justice-driven mentality that I think is a good starting point that when we talk about the role of prosecutors or the role of prosecution when we talk about justice and reimagining it, that we start with understand how a lot of the prosecutors and their why. Why are they here, right? Why are we here? Why do I do the things? Why did I decide this line when I could be making a lot more money elsewhere? And my wife asks that question all the time, actually. And the answer is driven back to the fact that we believe that we can make a difference, and we can make it a little bit safer for the victims, and we can bring voices to those who have felt neglected and that there has been some sort of injustice, and we're going to try to help restore that. So there is an honor about prosecutors that is not often portrayed when we see it on the TV shows, perhaps, or in an environment where the community does not necessarily see eye to eye with a particular prosecution. So I hope that answers your question, but that's a good starting point for me to frame what I represent, which is, in general, very dedicated, public service-oriented individuals.
Yeah. So I've pressed the Department of Corrections here as gently as I possibly could in regards to hearing things, seeing things, sending things out, but now it's your turn, Chief. The heat is off them. So in dealing with this, there is no way that you can be successful at your job without, I guess, reimagining justice, and still enforcing it, right? So I often said that, law enforcement, especially at the police level, from a local community standpoint, you are the judge, jury, and I hate to use the word sometimes, executioner of justice in regards to the community. So finding another way to do that, leveraging programs, understanding the programs in which you're trying to leverage for folks in your community is more of, I would say, the chief's job and at the executive level and kind of vetting that stuff. So I'm interested to know your thoughts.
Yeah, so one of the things I did upon my appointment was bringing back the community policing unit, right? Because it's critical. It's all about relationships. And we go to every civic association meeting throughout the city. And the commander's there, the community engagement officers are there, the district officers are sometimes there if they're not on a call, to hear firsthand from the community what the issues are. Because every neighborhood in the city is different. Every neighborhood has its own different issues. So if we're not at these meetings, how do we know what the community needs, right? How do we build those relationships? How do we make that connection? And it's really important because it's about accountability as well, right? If we're at the meeting every single month, if we say we're going to do something, then let's follow up and make sure we do something, because I guarantee you the next month they're going to hold us accountable, right? So you build that trust, you build that relationship, that something as simple as someone parking in someone's handicapped parking space can escalate to violence, right? So we try to mitigate that and take care of that before it gets out of control. And the community really loves that. So community policing unit was brought back under my tenure. And then the other thing that I seen was, again, I spoke about traditional law enforcement. Let's think about non-traditional law enforcement. How can we help the community out, right? And that's why in March of 2024, we pushed out the Partners in Care. And that's a program, a partnership between the Wilmington Police Department and Christiana Care. And what we do right now, we have a pilot program where we have 2 mental health clinicians that are partnered with our police officers that respond out to mental health calls and calls dealing with substance abuse as well and addiction, because there is a big need in the community for that. So that's one of the ways that we're reimagining how can we help the community out, right? There's a need for it. I've seen the need for it. That's why I created the Partners in Care program. And then on top of that, everyone here is probably familiar with National Night Out, right? One day a year, police joins the community. But we, about maybe 3 years ago, thought, well, why is it only one night? Why can't we do this throughout the year? And my predecessor started this, and we've expanded on it, is that every week we have a community resource walk where we partner with a couple of our medical centers that are in the city to go out and do outreach walk. Go out to the encampments, go out to the neighborhoods, and reach those individuals who wouldn't normally come to us or go out and try to get that assistance. And then on top of that, every month we do a community resource fair where we've partnered with over 40 different nonprofit organizations to have a fair at a different community center or a park if the weather's good, so they can come out and get free services. And I say free because we don't allow anyone to come to our fairs to sell anything. Everything's got to be free to the community. And those are ways that you can reimagine to try to prevent people from doing things such as, you know, breaking into vehicles or committing violence or robbing someone. If we can fill that need that person has by getting them some social services, then, you know, we can also reduce the crime rate as well.
I love it. I love the National Night Out on a more frequent level. I think it's important that law enforcement's out in the street. I think we lost a lot when it came to community policing, but that's a whole nother discussion. When community policing kind of went away, bringing it back, I think is strong. But dealing with this from a probation and parole standpoint, reimagining justice, I think you're seeing it firsthand. Although at the federal level, when you had your appointment, I mean, you still understood it as a whole. What do you see in regards to reimagining justice?
So I was a state probation officer for 8 years before I was a federal probation officer. And probation officers, frankly, have kind of an identity crisis. They don't know if they're social workers or police officers. I saw that debate rage way back in the 80s and 90s, which really caused a rift between the two groups. And, you know, if you really think of it, how in the world could somebody say, well, I'm going to handle this case the way I think is right, by my own intuition? Imagine going to your doctor with a heart problem and he says, forget the evidence. I know what's wrong with you, and I'm just going to follow my hunch. You know, we'd run out of the office, right? So a person who guided our system was called Dr. Chris Lowenkamp from the University of Cincinnati. He said, this is around 2006, what we've been doing to that point was tantamount to correctional malpractice. That struck me. I mean, just think of that. And he was right. Now, here's the point I want to emphasize. I can tell that genuine efforts are being made to implement evidence-based practices. But systems are reflexively resistant to change. they want to stay the way they are for some reason or other. I mean, maybe that's human nature, in part. But when I took over as chief, I asked everybody, what are they doing? What function? To list everything they're doing. And if the answer why they do it is just because they always did it, let me have that, and I'll go to the chief judge. And thankfully, we had a very open-minded chief judge. Got to waive that and allow people to focus on the real functions of their job. So a lot of probation officers were reluctant to let go of low-risk cases. Not a lot, some. And I guess they were afraid, God forbid something happens, I'll be blamed. But the point is, it was going to happen anyway. We could do more harm than good to low-risk cases. Low-risk prisons do more harm than good. High-risk offenders ex-offenders do respond. I had to direct this particular probation officer not to see his low-risk cases because they know what they need to do. I mean, what's the point in bringing them off their job to come in to see you? It just causes angst. And the other thing that's really important, is the rapport between a probation officer and the person he supervises. Now, we're not their buddies. We're not social workers. We're not police. We're something in between, a hybrid. But that rapport, studies have shown, makes a difference. I know a pretty high-profile person that confided in some terrible things he was going to do when he got out of prison. And he wouldn't have confided that if he had not had such a close relationship with that, a healthy relationship with that probation officer. I think he saved lives. So we're kind of a complex situation. People don't quite understand what we do, even probation officers. But I do appreciate the chance to speak to this. So what I'd say is, before I pass it on, is it's moving institutions, bureaucracies, are difficult. And you need leaders at the top willing to take the heat and say, do this, let go of that case. I have your back. And then do it with fidelity. You just can't say you have risk needs responsivity, CBT. You have to do it the right way. Thank you.
Yeah, I think doing it the right way is important. And I have to ask you, I don't know whether to say KO or is it just Mr. Bartley? I don't know which one to use.
You can call me KO. KO. But it's really okay now because I changed my life. So what was the question?
What is your feelings in regards to, and especially incorporating some of the things that you've heard so far on the dais, but in reimagining justice?
Well, for me, my organization, Healthy Encouraging Attitudes, Design Solutions, the very first word to that is healthy. So we have to have healthy thoughts, we have to have healthy emotions, and we have to have healthy desires if we anticipate a good quality of life for people coming in, going inside the prisons or being inside the prisons, or for the society as a whole. Because right now it's a healing process that needs to be in place. But we all have to be on the same page. If we keep being divided and conquered, and you doing this, you doing it that way, and we're not changing the good old boy system that's been in place for years, we got to operate out of love, care, concern, and understanding. And the key to that is understanding. I'm not the same person I was on paper 20 years ago. So we can't judge people on that. We got to get to know people. That's a lot of the things that's going on with our people, with, the powers that be, law enforcement. We're not building relationships. We're not understanding that we got to take a humanistic approach. We're all humans. Let me get to know this guy. Maybe we have something in common. Instead of judging them, instead of putting titles on us. I just finished doing a lot of time when I was incarcerated. I used to hear about Murder Town, USA. It used to kill me when I was incarcerated. I'm like, Murder Town, USA? In my city? Where's the leaders at? Where's the community? Where's everybody at? We supposed to be coming together. But they was trying to make a movie out of this stuff. Murder Town, USA. But yeah, so we just got to go back to the basics, man. The basics from where I came up from is solidarity. My grandparents didn't teach me hate, racism, and all that. We learned that off, when we went out somewhere, on TV and things like that. But now we in a time where we got to come together. We can't do nothing, man, if we separated. We different organizations with hidden agendas, ulterior motives. We got to be on the same page so we can connect the dots and bridge the gap with our elders and these babies. If not, we're going to be in trouble moving forward.
So the holistic approach, starting with the family, yeah, great comment. But my true love is government and policy. And that comes to, I guess, what the Hope organization is doing currently. What is your ideas? What is your organization going after? We've heard a lot of it today, but specifically, what are some things that you're working on in regards to it? From the reform organization, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said Hope.
Yeah, my fault, my apologies.
No,
Long day.
So a lot of it, there's a lot of different ways to approach this, and I'm also a policy wonk. And I'll point to one thing that a couple policy points that I think we should be considering as we do this reimagining of justice, and a lot of it goes to dedicating resources to the people that most need it, and the people that are not needing those resources, putting them into community interventions. Rather than putting them into the system or having law enforcement, relying on law enforcement or probation and parole to police individuals, allow those people to be worked with through community interventions. And one of those models is a justice reinvestment model. It's really a great model that takes the savings from people that are diverted from incarceration or supervision and reinvesting them into programs that reduce recidivism, that transition people from incarceration to supervision and then from supervision into the community, back into the community. And there's a couple states that are doing it really well. Louisiana is sort of an interesting case of doing it. They've recently passed an initiative that's going to reduce incarceration there by about 10%. As well as people on supervision by about 12%, and that should result in a projected savings of about $262 million. 70% of those savings are dedicated towards being reinvested into community services, into community interventions, programming that also that funds victim services to make sure that we are looking at taking a holistic approach, not just to people that are system impacted, but also that are impacted by trauma and serious crimes that have happened in the community. Texas has also followed a similar model, and if Texas and Louisiana, these are hardly bastions of progressive policies.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that you actually said Texas and progressive.
So if places like this can do that, and it is creeping into Virginia, I live in Richmond, Virginia. I have worked primarily the last couple of years on policy in Virginia. And it's Virginia's allowed this justice reinvestment policy to work to their advantage in a lot of different ways. We've reinvested a lot of savings from expansion of earned sentence credits in Virginia, which just happened about 2 years ago. We've been allowed to take a lot of that money that has been saved to reinvest it into programming to make sure that Virginia has maintained the lowest recidivism rate in the country. And one of the big products of that has been of not just the earned sentence credit expansion, but another big piece of that puzzle is probation reform. Virginia, a couple years ago, passed a big piece of legislation that allowed people to not be immediately reincarcerated for technical violations, and it also limited the term what somebody could be incarcerated for a second or third violation, so for technical violation. So there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle that allow for you to reduce incarceration, to have community interventions, or not have probation officers to be in a policing role and perhaps be in more of a supportive role. Because of these policy pieces, and it's not just those two pieces of policy, but those are two big pieces of the pie that's allowed Virginia to lead the nation in decarceration for the last 2 years. At the same time, we've had a resultant historical drop in the crime rate. And there's of course, a lot of pieces to that. It's not any one factor or any one piece of legislation that creates a historic drop in crime, but those are a few of the pieces. Because of those policies, Virginia's closing 4 prisons this year. We're also taking back control of the one private prison that's been in Virginia, primarily, again, because of these pieces of policy. Another interesting piece is that earned sentence credit program has not been fully implemented. Actually, 30 days from tomorrow, it will have its full implementation and will probably lead to Virginia continuing to lead the nation in decarceration. So these pieces can all work together, and this justice reinvestment model of taking the savings, I think it's $178 million that will be saved by these 4 prisons closing. You can take those dollars and reinvest them in the community and the people that need the resources the most. And there are a lot of people that are incarcerated right now, and even people that are under supervision that that we talked about earlier, that are people that we're angry at, maybe not necessarily people that we're scared of, or people that most need the resources that the state has to offer. So the justice reinvestment model really allows those savings to go back into the community, to have community interventions for people that need community interventions, and the people that most need the help from the state or from state agencies, to have those resources most dedicated to them. There's another little piece that I wanted to hit on that just allows, well, actually, I'm stumbling here for a second. The big piece of this, again, is allowing savings from people that are not being incarcerated, or savings that are from people that are being transitioned off of supervision that don't need those resources, to be invested in the people that most need them. And I think that's where a lot of the system fails along the way, is not getting the resources to the people that need them, or we're dedicating resources to people that frankly don't need them, or could be served with community interventions, rather than, whether it's law enforcement or prosecutors or probation, dedicating their time to them when they could really be spending their time in the community.
Yeah, and Chief, this question's to you. So for I don't want to call them line officers, but officers that are dealing with the day-to-day in the streets, they're encountering people that may be leaving incarceration, dealing in the street, maybe have a very small interaction with law enforcement. Is the information available, is the training available to officers to give those services? And people don't know, a great deal of law enforcement is social work. A great deal of law enforcement is dealing with juveniles. A great deal of law enforcement is dealing with so many other things that people just don't understand. But is the information available for law enforcement professionals that are in the street there to pass along to folks and guide them and kind of avoid an event?
Yeah, so it all starts in the police academy on how you train your police officers, right? And one of the things we do in Wilmington in our police academy is we bring in members from the community, from a diverse group, right, to speak about different cultural norms, so that the officers, even though they may not come from a certain background, they get to have that understanding. And we continue that training throughout their careers. And one of the reasons why I started the community policing, and also, more importantly, the Partners in Care program, is because we're able to offer those resources to individuals who not only are coming out from prison, but people who are in need of social services. We can make that referral to the caseworker that we have back at the police department, and he makes those calls. So if an officer goes out and encounters an individual who is in need, or a family that's in need, whether it's food insecurity or whatever it may be, whether it's a child who is acting out and the parents don't know where to turn to, they are referred to the caseworker, and the caseworker follows up with the family and makes sure that those social service organizations reach out to that family. So that's what we keep pushing in Wilmington, and we hope to expand.
Love it. So also going to the justice side of things, I don't know, where does that play in when you're seeing these gaps? We talked about how the prosecutors are being very active, making themselves known, but at the same time, a lot of this can be handled through programs.
Yeah, so great question. Let me try and answer it this way. Understanding where the prosecutor's role is in the justice system. As a general rule, right, you think of prosecutors, what do you think of? The law and order, the 40 minutes where it all wraps up in one nice little thing. They have that aha moment in the courtroom. Perry Mason, if I want to date myself, right? Like we have this idea of what a prosecutor is, but a prosecutor, as a general rule, gets the case after it's been investigated, right? So sometimes you might have proactive investigations, but for the vast majority of the state cases, the interaction, the bad event, whatever has happened, has already occurred. So when we talk about stretching or reimagining justice, we have to start thinking about, well, first, what is justice currently? And that justice currently, the typical model, right? Crime occurs, police investigate, prosecutors act as a check and or law enforcement partner, but we are a check on the police officers too. Did they do things constitutionally? Did they not? Are we allowed to proceed forward? But this is all after the event has happened. So what the chief is talking about, and I love what KO is talking about, love and trying to get, like, how do we expose the members of the police agencies and the prosecutors to more of the whole process as opposed to this conveyor belt piece. And in our office, this is what we've been able to do, right? Partnering with law enforcement, partnering with DOC, partnering across the board. We have prosecutors here who are coming in, and we are training them historically to be in that courtroom where the bad event has already happened, it's already been investigated, and we now have to prosecute. Recently, since in the last AG Jennings, we've been taking a dedicated effort to try and say, all right, look, what are we doing? It's not just prosecution. To be a prosecutor, to take an oath, because we take oaths, we have to talk about prevention, and we have to talk about reentry. What does that look like? Well, if we're going to reimagine things, let me give you an example. There was a young man who, a year ago or so, was arrested for resisting arrest following his high school graduation. And this made a lot of news because he was in the parking lot with his friends. They were in a car and they were peeling out in the parking lot in celebration. They were being knucklehead kids. As a dad, I get it, right? I get it. The officers, trying to maintain order and make sure that there was safety and people hanging out windows, told them to please stop and to leave. Now, we have an issue. We had two cars. One car got in the car and said, "Thank you, officer, have a good day." I don't know their names. The other young man, with no criminal history, made a mistake in that moment and decided to choose a different path. One that was steeped in anti-law enforcement or whatever was triggering him, with the police officers saying what they did in that moment, caused an interaction. Now, we have a teaching moment here because what happened is the officers, thankfully, it just ended with hands-on and an arrest. But that young man spent his graduation night, because of a poor decision, in a cell as opposed to a party or with his family. Why do I bring this up? Because by the time it gets to me, that action has already happened. It's already occurred. And the question everybody in this room should be asking is, why did this young man with a 4.0 GPA, who is going to be a chemical engineer at his college, with no criminal history, make the decision to tell off the officer, peel away, and start putting that officer's life in potential danger? Now, however we answer that question, my next question to you all is, what can we do to try to prevent that moment from happening? You don't have to like the police officers to avoid this very dangerous situation that we find ourselves in America. I can't see everybody over there, so I apologize if I'm standing up. I'm old and I need to stretch a little bit too. But we are in a situation where as a country, these interactions with police officers are turning bad, regardless of the training of the officers. We're asking officers and probation officers to be mental health experts. We are asking them to be medical experts. We are asking them to be de-escalators, and we are asking them to do all of these things. And on the other hand, we have to ask this piece. How do we educate this piece? Because you don't have to like the cops to make sure that there's not a dangerous situation. So that's where I think prosecutors and police officers and the community can embrace a prevention programming meaningfully. Let's talk to driver's ed program like in the U.S. Attorney's Office when I was there, right? And they still have a program going on. Let's talk to the drivers to talk to them about what their rights are. That's right, empower them. Know what they need to know. Explain what needs to happen. Why? Because we want them to be safe. You can be safe and not like the officers or not trust them, right? How do we get out of this interaction safely and quickly? These are the kinds of things that, like, we don't have to be liked every time that we're out in the community. We have to make sure that we're respected and that every piece of this is understood. And there's a role for the community and you all to also push that. Because if we're not safe, there's no love, right? And if we're not doing our primary job, right? Which is safety. That's what I took an oath for, right? So a long-winded way. I'm sorry you gave the microphone to a lawyer. I even stood up for you. But very passionate about this. And the good work that the police officers and the probation officers are doing is that we are focusing now and training our deputies to go on the prevention side before we get that case, right? And on the reentry side, joining and going to the Achievement Center, you know, where winner circles, or the challenge program, and interacting with prosecutors, our newest prosecutors, and individuals that are at high risk. Have a conversation with them. Understand where they're coming from. There's a lot more that we are in agreement with the justice system and what needs to change than meets the eye, right? So we all have our roles to play. Usually we're well down this line. We are stretching our folks to try to get them to think prevention and reentry, right? Because that's love, right? And the government is notoriously terrible with love, right? So thank you.
Leave it to a litigator to stand up and do the whole thing. So as we're moving forward, let's try to, I'd like to start Q&A now if we could. Is that a possibility? Okay. All right.
Tell me your name, where you from? Melvin Mitchell. I just relocated from the D.C. area where I was with the largest AME church in the world. We ran a prison ministry out of that church. And moving to Sussex County, I hooked up with this organization, the Southern Delaware Alliance for Racial Justice, and we established the Returning Citizens Support Committee. And one of the first things I wanted to do was to look at legislation, because we've been talking about system change. And there's three pieces of legislation that are up for Delaware now. One is to abolish the death penalty. The other one is to give people with prison sentences access to scholarships. And the other one is prison reform. Now, my organization has been living at Legislative Hall, having lobby days, talking to legislators, and to no avail. What I've been told is that Delaware is in business for half of the year, and they close business, the legislature does, at the end of June. So when we talk about system change, how can we change the system if the legislation that we need to change the system, we can't get it passed? What I've been told is that we need to get all new legislators, okay? But I don't think that's realistic. So the question is, what can we do as a community when the legislation, we've got three, I thought these were pretty common sense bills coming from DC, you know, prison reform, abolish the death penalty, give inmates access to scholarships. So I thought this would be a cakewalk. But like I said earlier, my group has been living in Legislative Hall, doing lobby days, talking to legislators, to no avail. So I guess I'm just opening the question, what can we do as a community when our legislators don't necessarily want to do what the community wants us to do?
Can I make a quick response to that? But I'm not going to be answering your question directly. I just want to say something about moving systems. You know, if you have able to do a study and do a cost-benefit analysis, like Sean was talking about, and then demonstrate to legislators how much money it saves to reinvest in people. Now, we're all, I think, pretty much kindred spirits here on the approach. But there are a lot of people that don't believe in it. They're pretty punitive and hard-nosed about it. But they may respond if they know it's going to save lots of dollars, a lot of money. So if there's a way, there is a way, but if you have a study, a positive one, try to get a cost-benefit analysis done. But I didn't really answer your question.
I think this is a Sean question.
So I, coming from Virginia, and again, being the policy wonk up here for sure. So Virginia, we abolished the death penalty, first state in the South to abolish the death penalty in 2021. Federal Pell Grants are now coming available here for people that are incarcerated. That's something that is a really big deal. Virginia, we're exploring allowing our community colleges, which are regionally distributed, to be able to get into the prisons, and the Pell can actually cover a community college education in Virginia where it can't cover most four-year universities. So I would consider partnering with your community colleges and then advocating, because there's a lot of federal dollars available, and legislatures are going to chase federal dollars. You can count on that. And the last one, and then prison reform. Prison reform is covers a lot of different things. Something that we recently moved forward in Virginia was creating independent oversight of our Department of Corrections. That's literally being stood up as we speak here in the next few weeks. But more directly to your question of how do you get legislators to listen to the community, right? And particularly when you have a part-time legislature, same thing in Virginia. I spend most of my time in people's offices and legislators' offices. I'm a lobbyist. I spend most of my time in the offices of people that don't agree with me. Far too often what I see in the advocacy community, in the places in the rooms that I've been in, is advocates tend to go into offices of people that agree with them, the people that they already have allied with them. And it's, quite frankly, oftentimes a waste of time. You need to be in the rooms where people don't agree with you. You need to be winning hearts and minds. You need to be seeking unlikely allies. Part of the reason we moved our state ombudsman, our independent oversight of the Department of Corrections forward, was because we went to the Correctional Officers Union and the Police Benevolent Association, who represent the correctional officers, and got them on board. Seek those unlikely allies. That's where I'd really be focusing my time and attention. And just to touch on one piece that he just mentioned about the cost savings. And in Virginia, we tried making that argument of, oh, you're going to save all this money, you're going to save all this money. Virginians, I've had legislators say it's worth every dollar to incarcerate these people as long as we can. Virginia has AAA bond rating. They don't care. They can get all the money that they want. So what we have started doing recently, and what has gotten traction, is talking about the revenue that's going to be generated by the people that are returning to the community. Rather than saying, oh, you're going to save money by incarcerating people. No, let's talk about the money that the people returning home are going to be filling our labor gaps, filling our workforce development gaps, and going into the community, spending money in the community, and generating tax revenue for the Commonwealth. So those are some different arguments that you might be able to use, but the biggest piece of advice I would give is to spend most of your time and most of your energies on people that don't agree with you. Because I think that is a gap that needs to be filled and is often neglected in the advocacy community, in the rooms and the places where I've been working.
Thank you.
Words to live by.
And this is your name, where are you from?
Yep, Stacy Inglis. I'm the executive director of the Delaware Safety Council. We were created in 1919, and this comment is to address the gentleman in the bow tie whose name I'm sorry.
That's the district attorney.
The district. He's a very important person. Yes.
Stan.
Hi,
That's
Stan. Mr. Logan.
No.
Yeah, Dan. Mr. Logan.
I wear the bow tie to distract everyone.
Understood. It's very nice. My comment regarding what is learned during defensive driving. Delaware Safety Council created the defensive driving courses in all of the Delaware schools back in 1935, and we're very proud as a state that all students in every Delaware school must go through defensive driving. That is not the case in every state. I'm very proud when we go around the country to different things that our state does do that. And in the defensive driving that we give through the Delaware Safety Council as well as through the schools, there's a lot of time spent on how to behave if you should unfortunately be pulled over, and what your rights are, and how the respectful manner of which you are to behave with the officer. So there is both videos that are shown, and that is gone over very strictly, both, again, in all of the schools, which have to be certified by the DMV, who we work very closely with. And then when we do our own defensive driving courses through the Delaware Safety Council, we cover that, and it is one of the very important areas that we cover.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I know right here you've been really, really patient. You got what do you got written down? No, don't do that.
Hi, my name is Dawn Riley. I'm the founder and CEO of Domestic Violence Ambassadors. I do have a lot to say, but so I want to start off by saying a bundle of sticks is always going to be stronger than one. That's by a man named Kenya. And I do have a question, and I hope it's not out of line, but I would like to know the races of the 2 children that got in trouble.
So there was one child, and he was not white, but I'm not sure he's African American. He was of brown. I'm not sure of the.
So then the next question would be, which one got in trouble?
Sorry, there was only one. If I misspoke, there was only one. There was one kid.
Okay, I misunderstood.
But I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to be.
No, I misunderstood.
Yep.
Yeah, no. The other question I have is, what processes and procedures do you have in place to decide which child or youth or individual is at high risk.
So processing your question here, there are lots of factors that go into when someone is determining whether or not someone is at high risk, right? It can be a variety of factors. There's everything from the court system, right? The JP courts have a particular model that they go through. It's a great question, right? There are certainly there's criminal history. There are factors that include everything from prior violence or and you mentioned kids specifically, so I don't want to speak out of line. But if it's adults as well, what we could do is that there's also gang or group affiliations, right? That are outwardly known, that are on record that this is who I associate with, and that there's a tremendous amount of violence in and around the area. These are all making things that I would say that are high or at risk individuals that doesn't necessarily make them bad, right? I don't want to translate that there, but if we're looking at a disproportionate amount of violence in a particular area, right? Those are some of the things that we have to, as a community, figure out ways to prevent, prosecute, and then once that happens, right, there's a reentry piece that is also important.
So has anybody considered going back and finding out where the problem originated at and starting to work from that point of them understanding their life to going to the next stage of life and be able to have that stuff?
So for those who could not hear the question in the back, the question, if I got you right, has anyone thought about going to the very beginning to kind of figure out the source of what some of the high-risk factors are and trying to address that? Right, from childhood up. And that's a trauma-informed care type. It's a great point. And I would tell you that there are lots of people mission supportive of that front. But as a practical matter, some of the things that we are limited by, right, is that when a particular individual is in an episode, right, they might be mentally health driven, but when they are a threat to society or they're a threat to the safety or the immediate safety of some victims, it's the police officers that are going to be called, right? And that's why good training and additional training that we're adapting to that the chief was talking about is important. That after they are arrested or the event has occurred, right, what are the options? Where should they be taken? Right? It should be more than just jail. I think I've heard that before, right? I mean, there are options, but some of the challenges from a prosecutor standpoint is by the time it gets to us, what are our choices, right? And I think those are the challenges that we're all mission supportive to try and figure out. And I would encourage the more options that a police officer or a prosecutor has to come up with what's best for society, what's best for the whole, the better I think we all are. But thank you for that question.
Thank you. We have to move on. I appreciate that very much, though. What's your name? Where are you from?
Tara Taylor. Good afternoon. I actually have more of a suggestion versus a question. And I said it earlier, and I want to thank the organizers for today for inviting the Delaware Department of Correction to the conversation. We appreciate it. I wish we had a seat on the panel today for this afternoon session because we would have a lot to contribute. I'm just going to share my suggestion is I think it's extremely important when we're talking about reimagining justice to make sure that you have all of your stakeholders at that table and they're working together and not in silos. They're sharing information and they're using facts to drive their decisions and not feelings. You know, one of the things that kind of stuck out in my mind is the term recidivism. And I hear that, you know, Virginia having the lowest recidivism rate. When we're comparing recidivism, I think it's important that we compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges. With Delaware being a unified system, if we separated our population like Virginia has their population separated, our recidivism rate would be much lower. We're under 10% and we have been under 10% for the past 2 years compared to Virginia's. So I think it's extremely important to share facts and make sure that we are all working together as a team, not in silos, and we allow the facts to drive our decisions and not feelings. Thank you.
Can I make, Commissioner? Appreciate it.
Can I comment on?
Kerwin, how are we doing on time? We got another one?
5 more minutes. We can get one more.
All right. Back to the bucket.
Man, away from me, good brother. Daoud Muhammad here speaking. Just a question, a simple question. Yeah, listen, I got a question. All right, so how do we, as a system, all right, let me put it that way. How does the system prepare a person that's been incarcerated 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 or more years to come out of here in this society and make a successful transition, in terms of, housing, employment, other resources that they need, that's required for them to get reacclimated back out here into society. Because I'm living proof, after serving 38 straight years in Smyrna, right here in Delaware. I was fortunate. I was one of the few out of the many that's out here now, right now. Within the last 10 years, you have at least 40, maybe 50 guys that's been released from Smyrna, right? After, serving that substantial amount of time. So somebody can somebody up there answer that?
I'll take a small piece of it. What I see in most departments of corrections around the country is reentry resources being dedicated to people when they are maybe 2 years to 18 months away from the gate, sometimes even a more narrow window, sometimes even as little as 5 months from when people are getting to the gate. I know I had basically zero resources after serving 16 straight. It sounds like you spent several decades. We've talked a lot about trauma today, and usually when people have gone to prison, they've dealt with a lifetime of trauma before they even got into the system. And then for a Department of Corrections to think that they're going to be able, and then further traumatized while you spent 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years incarcerated, to think that we can undo decades and decades and decades that are in a lifetime or generational trauma in a period of 18 months, 12 months, 6 months, I think is a short-sighted approach. So my piece would be that departments of corrections need to look at end-to-end services and starting reentry much, much, much sooner, years sooner, rather than just providing services on the back end. I know I was never eligible because I still had 10. I should still be in prison today. When I got pardoned by the government, I should still be incarcerated today. I had 10 more years to serve. I wasn't eligible for any programs when I received my pardon. So my suggestion would be departments need to start providing reentry services much sooner than they do.
Can I say something? Can I add something to that? That's my good brother right there, Dawood Muhammad. Spent a lot of time together with that brother. But this is a suggestion for the legislators, the stakeholders, and pretty much everyone in the room. There's a quote that says, if I always do what I always did, I'll always get what I always got. Nothing changes if nothing changes. And us being the first state, Delaware, I hear the sir, we're talking about Virginia. They talked about other states. We are the first state. We should be an example of greatness. And everything, I've been incarcerated, I was down Smyrna, things were docile as opposed to hostile. But they said it was hostile, so they built the shoe program. Kept a lot of brothers locked down for having an extra pair of sneakers or getting smart with an officer. They got away with that. And that traumatized thousands of brothers and sisters coming out of prison, keeping them in solitary confinement, then kicking them out of prison when it's time to go. And then we're not dealing with the mental health stuff, the post-incarceration syndrome. And the cause and effect, it's a ripple effect. We got to save our babies. And all of us are in position to do so. But when are we going to come together in solidarity and make some stuff happen, man? It's all about action. It's all about reimagining it. But it's all about action and reaction and getting it done. I'm in the community every day, boots on the ground. Work at the school. I can't wait till the school's out so I can get back in the community so we can do this work.
Appreciate you, bro. Kerwin, I know we have to move on.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Thank you, everyone, for especially this this group here. Thank you so much for all this great information. We hope that it has been beneficial. We have Ms. Erin Haney, wants to come up and give the closing remarks for today.
Within the system, they need to be more rehabilitative versus punitive. Upon returning to society, there needs to be more programming in place to catch people day one, and preferably before day one, 90 days from release, 6 months before release, figuring out what is the plan for when this person returns to their community for work or health care, mental health, because we know that there's secondary traumas that happen while people are incarcerated, making sure they have housing. I mean, all of those things are so important. And so I just think that there needs to be a better approach prior to, during, and while and once they're released.
Oh, we're going to try it? Okay. I may not need a mic, but we'll give it a try. First and foremost, we just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here today and for not just showing up, but for really bringing your passion and for bringing your brilliance and your insight. I think that we heard a lot today from a lot of different sides, right? We had many different stakeholders in the room. I know there was just a comment about the importance of that. I know Sean on our reform team talked about being in a room and speaking with folks who don't always agree with you, right? And I think that that's really what Reform Alliance is about. That's really why we've been so privileged to work with the folks in Delaware that we've been working with. And that's why we're so excited to continue partnering with you all going forward, right? I think we heard today that there's a long way to go. The gentleman who was sitting up here, I think, said it best, right? Delaware should be an example, and it should do something different. I think what we heard today was a hope that that will start today, right? That what we heard today is the promise of a partnership that going forward, we will all stick together. We will all continue to work on this. I know that the Lieutenant Governor, who's been a fearless leader in this, Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall-Long, is putting together a strategic plan with her wonderful team. I know we have Letty and Susan were here, a number of folks on her team who worked to put this event together. They're putting together a strategic plan based on all of the ideas that you all had today, and they'll be inviting everybody back again to talk through that strategic plan and to see what we can do going forward. Because while we did hear about a lot of problems that we are facing going forward, we also heard a lot of hope. We heard a lot of passion, a lot of persistence, and a lot of progress to come, right? And so what we're looking to do is to put that passion and persistence and turn it into progress with these strategic plans. So I want to thank all of you for being here. I hope that you will reach out to us at Reform. There were a number of amazing questions. I know we ran out of time, but especially about reaching out to legislators, making a difference. That's really what Reform is here to do. Reform, what you saw today, is sort of an example of what Reform does in states across the country. We've passed 18 bills in 11 different states in less than 5 years, all of those focused on reentry, all of them focused on supervision, all of them focused on making sure that we have a system that values justice over punishment and doesn't conflate the two. And we could not be more thrilled to be with all of you today, and hope that we will see you all again very soon. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank especially again our fearless leader for today, the Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall-Long and her team. I also want to thank Representative Minor Brown and Senator Brown, both of whom were phenomenal in helping to put this together and have been great leaders. So thanks to all of you, and we look forward to seeing you all again soon. Appreciate you.